What follows are 5 interviews with Gerald Smith, former Black Panther, ex-professor, and lifelong revolutionary. These interviews were conducted January of 2021 in Oakland, California, by my friend Astrid and I, for our new podcast called People in Our Lives. It's a podcast we started because we fundamentally disagree with the deplatform ideology so popular in today's culture war, believing human beings, communication, and friendships matter more than ideology, belief, identity, or opinion. With that said though, most of the interviews for People in Our Lives are not the kind of thing I would post here on my Theory Plebe channel, but I know so many of you will think of the Gerald sessions as a timeless treasure. I hope you will agree that each episode stands alone as an instant classic in political history and criticism. I suspect you will find these riveting, educational, and worth coming back to again and again. If you want to listen to these episodes individually on a podcast app, then follow the links in the description for the many platforms these interviews are currently hosted on. Much love.
Hello everyone and welcome to a special episode of People in Our Lives. I'm Dave.
And I'm Astrid.
This is a show about the people in our lives. This episode in particular is on Gerald Smith.
Former Black Panther, lifelong revolutionary activist, who you might have seen running for your local school board if you live in Oakland.
That's right.
If you haven't already heard our introduction to who Gerald Smith is and how we ended up going down and spending 5 days with a Black Panther and doing chores and eating breakfast and meeting people.
We've got like this 7-minute episode. It's a prelude to these 3. And so go check that out. Make sure to check that out before diving into this, if you want any of that background.
But for everyone else who's just here to hear Gerald's, enjoy Gerald Smith talking about the history of political prisoners in America. All right. Today we are here in Oakland still. Again, I'm Astrid as ever with Dave. And Gerald Smith is here to talk to us about political prisoners in America. Specifically, Gerald has done a lot of work, a lot of organizing around a specific person, that being Mumia Abu-Jamal. How was it that you first got involved with Mumia's case, Gerald?
Okay, I heard about Mumia's case as a member, having been briefly in the Panthers in the late 60s and early 70s. I have always remained very loyal to Black Panthers that have wound up getting incarcerated. Poindexter and Rice, for instance, in Nebraska. These guys were innocent, framed up for bombing something. They never did anything, and they have yet to be released. One of them died in prison. I can go on. The list is quite long. So this is one of the places where the Black Liberation Movement developed differently from the Civil Rights Movement. The Civil Rights Movement, of course, had martyrs, McKerracher, many others, right? But the Civil Rights Movement was more geared to eliminating unjust laws. And the zenith of the Civil Rights Movement was the Civil Rights Act that was passed in 1964.
Right.
And then the Voting Rights Act that was passed in 1965. Following that, there was the Civil Rights Movement started to descend. People were less because really, to be honest with you, segregation forced Black people to cooperate a bit because we were all, what do you call a Negro with a PhD? You ask the sheriff, what do you call a Negro with a PhD? A nigger. That's what you call them. Because that's racism. All Black people are subhuman, regardless of accomplishment, regardless of intelligence, So that led the middle class to join the working class in forming a common movement against unjust laws, segregation, etc. Once that battle was won, there then was a reckoning where people started to say, okay, Well, I got what I wanted. I just want to be able to get any job that I can get. So affirmative action was a part of it, you know? Mm-hmm. So that the black petty bourgeoisie then deserted the struggle for the most part. Because they got what they wanted. I don't have to live with you.
Sure.
I don't have to live in the ghetto anymore. I can go live in the suburbs. I can apply for jobs where I can make the money that close to what I actually deserve, etc. So this is, you know, it's just an interesting phenomenon. So according to, you know, my understanding, what you had is the black liberation movement picked up on those areas that have been totally abandoned by the Democratic Party. This is where you had your black liberation. So we decided that no, we are not going to forget political prisoners. What is the political position of the leadership, the white ruling class of the United States and their Negro mentors? They say that there are no political prisoners in the United States. This is the home of freedom, the land of the free, the home of the blah, 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 blah. And so, well, what about all those black revolutionaries that are incarcerated? Oh, you mean the criminals? They're criminals. We never arrest anybody because of their opinion. Well, wait, how about Snowden? Isn't he in exile? Well, no, he broke the law. But didn't he tell the truth to the people? He broke the law. He is a criminal. Actually, he broke an unjust law and exposed the fact that the United States government was spying on all of the citizens. And American people love and respect him, and he should be brought home whenever he's prepared to come home. But if he came home right tomorrow, he would be a political prisoner. How about Assange? Assange, Assange is
Julian
Assange he's an enemy of the state. Why is he an enemy of the state? He told the truth. He showed us a video that used to be, by the way, on my Apple computer. That I bought an Apple computer used, and I went home and this video was in, and I clicked it. I said, what is this? Wow! And I saw for the first time that famous video that Assange's partner and she's still alive,
Chelsea Manning.
Yeah. Revealed of the American army massacring and killing Iraqi citizens.
The journalists that were walking across the street.
That's just nothing, just killing them.
Yeah.
Now, so Manning goes to jail for sharing that with the American people, showing American people what the government actually does in practice. This is an offendable crime. So the United States is not healthy.
Sure.
The United States is sick. We are sick, and we have to struggle for our health because it makes no sense to consider Chelsea Manning a criminal for telling the truth, or Julian Assange.
Or Mumia.
Well, now Mumia's case is a little different, so let me go into his case.
Okay.
Mumia is an especially gifted individual, kind of like you. You know, very, very smart. But Mumia harnessed his intelligence. I mean, according to Mumia's sister, Mumia used to organize kids to read books to them when he lived in the projects. So he had a long time thirst for knowledge and for sharing knowledge. At the age of 15, he joined the Black Panther Party. When he joined the Black Panther Party, this young man was so talented, he began to write for the paper almost immediately. Very talented man. And by the way, just a sidebar, capitalism fouls things up. in so many ways. We don't know how many little Mumias are out there, and little kids are out there of all colors that have so much potential and love for knowledge, but they kill it. They kill the joy of learning in children. They destroy it.
It's because workers don't need it.
What are you saying?
Oh, well, the whole system.
Workers don't need it.
Well, I mean, in reality, they need it. Right?
So what are you saying?
I'm saying our
You're saying the ruling class believes that work. Well, they don't even believe that. But that's what they want us to believe about ourselves.
Exactly.
They want us to hate ourselves, and they are very successful in manipulating us to hate ourselves. Look at the idiot box, blah, 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 on and on. But yes, you're absolutely right. We need knowledge. Can't get enough. Okay? But let's go back to Mumia, because he's a very interesting guy. So he started writing for the Black Panther Party paper. And when the Panthers, the untimely demise of the Panthers, I hope that one day we talk about COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program organized by J. Edgar Hoover, who was the head of the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We can go into that, and we should. But really, Mumia went on with his life and got a scholarship to college. He's a very talented man, and other people saw it. So he went to college to become a journalist. He was trained to be a journalist. He graduates from college, and when he graduates from college, he starts to be a journalist, and he was very successful. He was on the national public radio station in Philadelphia. Now, here's where we start to have problems. An honest man and a microphone. There are limits to how much honesty a human being is allowed to portray on public space, on public airways, okay? And that is a tragedy. And we need to organize our fellows and our friends to fight against that. And people think that they're fighting it, but sometimes they've so befouled the education system and dumbed it down that a lot of times people are confused. So you see today, what do we see? I saw with my own eyes a poor little white girl that had a t-shirt with a mask and then a circle around the mask and a line through it. So Mr. Trump, the 45th president of the United States, made not just a strategic error, but it's a moral error, and it's unfortunate, tragic, but it's also sick, of politicizing the whole pandemic as opposed to leading us to suppress it as best we can and to keep the nation as healthy as we could be. He starts all this nonsense, and they wind up turning people against life itself, because that's all the mask does, is help you stay alive, help you prevent from getting the COVID-19 and maybe dying from it. Well, that's unfortunate. And I say that's one of the biggest challenges of anyone that's serious about changing this world. We have to change the culture. So I know some people say, oh, well, we can't change the culture. Well, consider the alternative. If we don't change the culture, what happens to the American people? We have to look the monster in the eyes and say, we will not back down. We will not abandon our people to foolishness. So Mumia was an honest man. So what he did was he brought people into the station to talk about the lives that actual black people really live. And the question of police brutality came up, and he consistently allowed people to say, well, the brother was walking down the street. I could play you some of these recordings, and the police jumped on him and just beat him down. Well, guess what? The Fraternal Order of the Police did not like these recordings being on national NPR, the national radio station in Philadelphia. But Mumia was very popular. Now, this is a little strange. They wanted to elevate Mumia to a six-figure job. When I say six figures, that means over $100,000 a year, which was back in the 70s a little bit, kind of okay. And none of us understood why he rejected that. I now know. I understand why. Because he did not want to be trapped or confined into a situation where he could not tell the news or the truth of the lives of black people as he actually saw it. I don't quite understand the connection between the amount of money that you get and stuff, but he sensed that there was a problem there. So he was working though and doing fine, and then a group called Move said, well, you try to tell the truth, why don't you tell the truth about us? So he was extremely skeptical of Move initially, because
what kind of a group was that? Yeah.
Move, how do you explain Move? Move is a very militant, back to nature.
Okay.
I know it's hard to.
So kind of environmentalist radicals.
Radical environmental, but I mean things like, as I was telling you, like Move people might eat a raw egg.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, the only people I know who do that are working out,
Okay, but Move people are very much into their health.
Okay.
So he was not particularly impressed initially on his first impressions. But then at one point, the Move people came to him and said the police are giving him a bad time. So he let them on the program, and they said and then he invited the police to come, and police would refuse to come and defend what they've done. But they wound up doing, I'm sorry. A woman, a Move lady, comes to him and say, look, they killed my baby. So Mumia says, okay, your name, please. So he said, the baby's name, please. He said, okay. He's a journalist. Sure. So what's a journalist going to do? What's the first thing? You're a journalist. What's the first thing you're going to do? Someone says the police killed a baby. What's the first thing you're going to do?
Talk to more people.
Or your job as a journalist, you look for the death certificate.
Sure.
You look for the death certificate. You look for the birth certificate.
Yeah.
You verify. You don't just go on the air and say anything.
Right.
There is some formal, information and data that we have to have. We don't just talk SHIT like Rush Limbaugh and all these other people that unfortunately degrade the consciousness of our people. We want to lift people up. And to lift you up, we have to have a foundation, and the foundation is the hard facts and the truth. So Mumia did his due diligence, and he checked the birth certificate, and there was none for this child. So he said, well, y'all apparently are making this up, because I did my work and as a journalist, and I checked, and there was no evidence that such a child ever existed. What he did not realize is that the Move people often had children, and they had midwives, and they did not have them in hospitals, and nor did they run to the white man, and say, I want you to register they said, okay, I got to
they're off the grid, right? They're off the grid.
They're trying to be off the grid, and they were off the grid. And so when Mumia realized this, he said, okay, well, then you have to tell me what happened. He felt particularly guilty for not believing that this black woman was telling the truth. Apparently what happened was the police came to the house to evict them or something like this. And I don't know why they decided they wanted to take the child from the woman and arrest her. So the woman would not give up her child. Now I don't know. It's hard. How do you say I wouldn't do this? I would do that. I would do this. Hard to judge.
Sure.
But she would not release her child.
Yeah.
Well, the police start pulling on this baby. She's pulling on the baby. They're pulling on the baby. The baby flies in the air, bangs his head up against the wall, and dies.
My God.
Well, I'm sorry. Pigs are pigs. When I say pigs are pigs, I mean that. The Black Panther Party designated police as pigs for a real reason. So, when he came on the air with that story, then the police started to mobilize against him and demand that he be removed from the radio, which he was. They actually took him off of the radio at the request of the Fraternal Order of Police.
Okay.
The police are a powerful institution in our society. Not based on him not doing his due diligence. Not based on him not telling the truth about what's going on in Philadelphia. But because the pigs demanded that he be removed, and he was removed. So he worked for some private black-owned stations for a while. And the ugly truth is that they have been centralizing the ownership of radio. So I understand why there's so many podcasts, because you can't get a job in a radio station anymore. It's hard to get into radio. Because you have these radio stations that buy up the licenses. There used to be a law, by the way, that no radio station could buy more than so many licenses to run a station within a certain region. And there's a good reason. Why do you think that law existed? Let me listen to you a little bit. Let's talk to each other.
Do you have any ideas off the
Come
top
on,
of your
the
head?
reason's monopoly. You don't want. We're supposed to be so free. This society is so free. Well, you want different opinions on different radio stations. You want to listen. I'm going to listen to KJU Juju. I'm going to listen to WB Woo Woo Woo. And you're supposed to hear a variance of opinion, different facts, cultural enrichment, intellectual nourishment. None of that exists on the radio stations today. And that is why people listen to some of these podcasts, I think, because if you want knowledge, you're not going to get it from listening to MSNBC, or Fox News.
Sure.
This is propaganda.
So Mumia is looking for a job, having trouble finding a job.
And so he started driving the cabs.
Okay.
And he did spots. They hired him, but he no longer was able to work but by the way, he received an award as one of the best upcoming journalists in America. He won that award by the Black Journalists Association, of which he was the president. So Mumia wasn't no poop butt. Mumia was serious about pursuing a career as a journalist. But now he's driving a cab, and life is so cruel. He's driving a cab at night and trying to raise his family. He has children. He's married, He's trying to live. Just living every day is a struggle, So he's in the downtown area of Philadelphia. The clubs are emptying out after about 2:00. So he knows that's if you're driving a cab, what do you want? You want business. So he's not too far from the clubs, trying to catch a ride and, whatever, make a living as a cab driver. While he's counting his money in the car, he's looking across the street and he sees his brother and brother Friedman, Kenny Friedman, get out of a Volkswagen.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, and he looks up again, and a policeman is shot. And he says, "Holy, what the hell is this?" Now me, I'm going to turn on my engine. I'm going to leave. But his brother was over there. Now his brother didn't kill anybody or anything like. Oh, what it was is the cop had pulled over the Volkswagen.
Yeah.
And his brother was jawboning the police, and the police was beating his brother. That's how it started. Then the other guy gets out. The cops get shot. He says, "Holy Jesus, we don't need this." And he's going over to mediate. The cop is on the ground, and he's over the cop. He says, "Sir, can I help you?" While all this is going on, it's not clear exactly, but Mumia was shot. I'm not clear at this moment. I think he was shot.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the police show up, officer down. They see Mumia there. Now he had went to get the gun out of his car because he heard a gunshot. He had a gun because he had been robbed a couple of times, so he had a .38. They shot Mumia. They immediately accused him of committing the murder. But this is the ugly side. He had a .38, right? A .38 is one type of caliber. It winds up that the officer was shot by a .45. Ooh. One would have thought that they would have just released him and said, okay, he had a weapon, but it was not his bullet, clearly, that killed the officer. But once they found out this is the guy that's been reporting on the police, they said, no, this is the guy we're going to forget it. We got the perp. We got our perpetrator. Because the police are what? What's the word? Pigs are corrupt. They wanted to eliminate a political opponent and at the same time blame someone for the killing of the police officer. So we're going to get 2 for 1.
Sure.
So he became the perpetrator. And then they went on and framed him for a crime he did not commit. I could go off into a lot of specifics, but let's just know Mumia Abu-Jamal is innocent. He was sentenced to death, but part of what happened, MOVE was defending him. They were working their butts off. But I never found out what happened. Now this happened around 82, December, something around 82. That's when he was convicted, I believe. We never found out about the facts of what really happened until Rachel and them, through the Partisan Defense Committee, came into the case and started publicizing the case. And I didn't find out about the case until 87. Mumia had already been in jail 5 years.
Sure.
Or 4 years. Life is cruel.
Yeah.
Life is cruel. So now...
Mumia's been in jail for 5 years at this point. You
87.
Said, yeah.
That's
87.
when I found out about him.
And you said that he'd been sentenced to death.
Yes. He was sentenced to death.
What happened?
But he's still alive today.
You're right.
And he's still locked up.
Yeah, but wait a minute. There was a movement built to defend him and to get him out of jail. It was the Free Mumia movement. Now, unfortunately, we had a difference of opinion in the movement.
Sure.
The leader, the lawyer, Wineglass. Okay. Let me. Oh shucks. Okay, there it is. This book is called Race to Justice.
Okay.
And this is Leonard Wineglass's legal brief to defend Mumia. Leonard Weinglass is a very famous constitutional lawyer.
Yes.
So he believes, as long as we stay within the Constitution, Mumia's got to get a new trial. Because his first trial was so screwed up, even the media said, "Wow, this is not good." But it doesn't matter that the media said that. What are you going to do about it?
Right.
So they were trying to get an appeal for him,
Okay.
so that he could appeal the first trial. The judge in his first trial, by the way, because I read I was a volunteer and I read most of the briefs that were generated by Elliot Grossman, who became the lawyer after Leonard Weinglass. Here's a simple thing. The I don't know if you know this, but behind the judge, where the judge sits,
Right.
there's a room, and that's where they sit down, talk to each other, maybe have lunch. There's a little hollow room right behind every judge's, whatever you call that place,
Right.
where he goes. Now look, they were back there. The Judge Sabo,
Yeah.
who we called him a prosecutor in robes, and he was literally a sheriff before he became a judge. That's a fact.
Wow.
Now, so this
That's
in Babylon, you just can't win, boy.
That's like another level. Yeah.
Yeah, but look, and right next to him was Terry Carter. Terry Carter was the court stenographer, and then another judge. So people, what do they talk? They talking their work. So the two judges are talking to each other, and he says, "Well, what cases you got?" And he says, "Well, I got this," and then Sabo says, "Yeah, well, I got that Mumia Abdul Jamal case. Yeah, and I'm gonna help him fry the nigga." This is the judge.
Wow.
This is the judge. Do you hear me? So when that woman, Terry Carter, the court stenographer, I'm glad that she was very smart, because she wasn't like some people we know and started running her mouth. She shut her trap, went on, worked until she retired,
Sure.
applied for her pension,
Yeah.
and then she came to us.
Oh my gosh.
And that's okay.
That's long game.
Yeah, but she came to us and told us, and we filed a brief.
Sure.
I'm jumping around. I'm all happy days are here again. I figure this is it.
Yeah.
We got the pig judge saying that he's gonna fry the nigger. They're gonna let this brother out. Do you know we did not? That's how corrupt the courts are. That did not do it. That did not do that. They had ways of stopping that, and the courts are so bureaucratic. Racism is not what it used to be. So back in the day, they say, pick some cotton, boy. That kind of, Southern Peckerwood behavior. They don't say that anymore. They say, "Sir, if you would care to be employed, here are your choices." And go pick that goddamn cotton.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's changed the way. So what's happening is it's just so sad that the courts are, of course, instruments of repression and oppression of the black community, but they're also deeply corrupt. Deeply corrupt. So here, if you know how to play the bureaucratic game, you can actually stop basic, obvious truths like Sabo saying that he was going to help them fry the nigger. They could keep that out of the courthouse, and they did successfully. Today, though, I just want to say I can go on because I have been involved in the Labor Action Committee to free Mumia since the 90s.
Okay.
We were part of the Free Mumia movement, the Free Mumia Coalition, and we became the department basically that organized the unions, which wound up being very important because the longshoremen wound up calling a strike to support Mumia April the 24th of 1999. And they not only struck up and down the coast and for a one-day strike, okay?
Yeah.
But that's okay. One day better than none. Up and down the coast, shut down every port for Mumia, for freedom for Mumia, and led a demonstration and a march with 25,000 people in it. We have this is not me talking, this is a matter of historical fact.
Yeah.
And I hope to show you the video at some point. But because we do. See, that's the beauty. You got the video. So Mumia is still in prison, and presently, right now, we're going to have he got a break.
Okay.
And the following break is this. We were appealing for we wanted him to get a hearing,
Right.
so that he could appeal. But his appeals were almost over, so they assigned this conservative Negro judge. Now, see, this is where people are very, very stupid. Stupid. You have Sleepy Joe that won the presidency, right? So what does Sleepy Joe say? I got Kamala Harris. So Kamala Harris say, well, I am the first. I'm the first woman's. I'm the first black woman's. I'm the first black woman's that had a Jamaica dad. So I'm Caribbean. Well, wait a minute. I'm also Indian. Identity.
Yeah.
I got 6 of them.
Oh my God.
You know, it's sickening to me. Oh. I'm sorry.
What did she do? How's she involved?
She's a top cop, is what she is. She was the district attorney in San Francisco,
Okay.
and then she was the she became the state attorney before she became the senator for the state of California. To give you just a sense of who she really is. Okay, no, I'll say this. She refused to carry out the death penalty.
Okay.
So I mean, let's be balanced. You know, that's one thing. But she had my compatriots and members of the Oscar Grant Committee arrested when we were protesting at our state office, at the office building, because she was the state attorney and Alan Bluford had just been murdered, and we were demanding, since the DA just let it go. Oh, we investigated.
Right.
And so there was no crime. We just killed an unarmed child, but there's no crime. So we said, no, we're going to go to the state, to our black. Is she black enough for you? We'll find out. So we went and we protested in front of her state office. Yeah, she had us arrested, okay?
Oh, my.
Well, okay, what do you want? What do you want? You want the truth?
Wow.
You want the truth? This is your vice president. So then she also wanted to make a big deal, make black people force their kids to go to school. You got to go to school. Now get your ass up and go to school. You know, that kind of thing. Well, she decided to have a law whereby if the children do not show up to school, you arrest the parents. I'm telling you, this is capitalism. When I say we need a new world, when I say we need to smash the state and create a worker state, I'm not just talking to hear myself talk.
Yeah.
This is real. So they decide to do this, but this is what happened. The best made plans of sick bureaucrats and corrupt lawyers. They decided, so they roll it out and they go to arrest this parent. And they go to arrest this black woman. And they get the news people coming. We're going to do the right thing. We're going to save America by messing with black people. Winds up, the poor kid had sickle cell anemia.
No.
Yes.
Oh,
he
no.
couldn't come to school. And mom just wasn't the type
gosh.
that could email every day that the child went to the hospital.
Yeah.
You know, there's some people that respond. I'm like that. I don't respond. Do you get many emails from me, please?
No. No, busy people are busy.
Yeah, but that's not good. I would like to respond better.
Working parents are busy.
Well, I wish I could get some of y'all to come down here and help me, because then I could respond. Yes, you're right. But you know what? They grabbed and locked up. And then when they found out that the kid had sickle cell and her only crime was being unresponsive, that was enough egg in her face. That kind of did that law in.
It's almost like the people who wrote that had no idea what life is like. Like what?
You know, sometimes I don't know. Do you know? What do you think? Do you think they? I don't think they know. I don't think they know. I know they don't care.
Yeah. Okay.
But what do they really know? They don't know.
On something like
because
that.
their whole existence, look, like this thing with Gavin Newsom being at the beautiful French restaurant.
Right.
Well, I want the bon V. Hey, for me, for you, go put on a mask. Go somewhere. but somebody took a picture of his little monkey ass. And they put that shit on the TV, bruh. Oh, you ain't from here, so you don't know.
You know about this? Astrid knows about this. What is this?
Gavin Newsom is the governor of California.
Yeah.
And
he was eating bone?
Somebody took a picture on their cell phone of him at a French restaurant without a mask.
With a bunch of people.
With a bunch of people.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Right.
I've heard about this happening with other...
Wait. But we got to shut them down. We're going to beat this virus.
Oh, my God.
And, okay, so y'all, we going to beat this. They mean you.
Yeah. They're like, we're all in this together, but it's also your fault for not doing the mask thing. Oh, but we're the ones who make the laws, and we don't wear the masks, and we work for... Who? Who do they work for? Who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This actually happened, bro. But anyway...
That's
so
wild.
I just wanted you to know. So they the Democrats, because they can't make our lives materially better in any real way, create the massive jobs in the midst of all of this deindustrialization, and not only deindustrialization, but shipping jobs out of the country to who? To China. Oh, but then they're gonna try to talk stuff about China. Who shipped the jobs to China in the first place? Line them up. Oh, I'm not supposed to say. I'm sorry. That's hateful. That I would take the whole bourgeoisie and just spray them, and that's it. Because you know why? Unless we change the way we live, our culture, and the way we think, we wouldn't know what to do. If we killed every bourgeoisie in the world, we would kill each other trying to be the bourgeoisie, trying to reify capitalism instead of overcoming it. So we have to change the way we look, the way we think, the way we act. We have to change our culture, our program, our politics, and look forward to doing something differently. So this judge, so my view, see, this is because I get caught up in this crap too, so it's not like I am perfect and you guys, y'all don't be knowing stuff. No, that's not about that. I'm human. So they had this black conservative judge.
Right.
So I'm figuring this guy, oh boy, this guy's like Clarence Thomas or some shit. You know, oh boy, what chance we got now? A black conservative. That's the worst possible, you know. Well, this judge read the history of Mumia's case, including this stuff about Judge Sabo saying he's going to help him fry the nigger. No. And it's just, this is crazy.
Yeah.
He said, we can't have this. This is a mockery of justice. Open up all the appeals. Let's go. Let's start all over this.
Oh.
And they didn't know what to do. I was shocked, to be honest, because I thought conservative Negroes can be really corrupt too. Like Clarence Thomas fighting against supporting the chicken company that locked the women in there and burnt them black women back when that was one of his first decisions. There was a fire inside of a chicken processing facility.
Okay.
Right.
And it left to, I don't know, 25 people got killed, something like that.
Yeah. And so
When was this?
this was when he first got appointed to the Supreme Court.
Exactly.
This was
You said Clarence
Thomas,
Okay.
conservative judge for the Supreme Court. And this was, I think this was within like his first month of serving as a judge.
This happened at some, like, what we're talking, some Tyson chicken place or whatever. They're just doing their thing.
Yeah.
Fire happens.
And I don't know the
And
specifics.
happened
What
was
are these?
people
Some?
sued.
Are these some?
The
Okay.
people sued.
Okay, good.
As they should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The family members and
then
stuff.
worked his way up to the Supreme Court, and he found for the company.
Okay.
Clarence Thomas found for the company. That's why I didn't have a lot of good feelings about conservative Negro judges.
Sure.
But this guy, in that oversaw Mumia's case for his appeal, said, "Nah, that's enough of this." And boy, they went crazy. They went crazy because they have built whole careers as judges and DAs lying about Mumia, and to start to unearth all of this lies, to show them the world that what they really are, that they're really just corrupt liars, because the whole judicial system has to be based on trust and honesty. I mean, if you don't have that, what do you got?
Sure.
Kangaroo court, hang 'em high, you know? So, okay. So, Brother Kaepernick, when he took a knee, the Labor Action Committee that has been doing all of this work that I'm trying to describe, we tried to contact him. And basically, through a lot of work, he has been contacted
Sure.
by the Free Mumia forces and released this marvelous statement that I think says it better than I do. So let's play that.
When I was invited to speak on behalf of Mumia, one of the first things that came to mind was how long he's been in prison. How many years of his life have been stolen away from him, his community, and his loved ones. He has been incarcerated for 38 years. Mumia has been in prison longer than I have been alive. When I first spoke with Mumia on the phone, I did very little talking. I just listened. Hearing him speak was a reminder of why we must continue to fight. Earlier this year, the United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner issued a statement noting that prolonged solitary confinement, the precise type often used in the United States, amounts to psychological torture. Mumia Abu Jamal has spent roughly 30 out of his 38 years in solitary confinement. In his book, Live from Death Row, Mumia wrote that prison is a second-by-second assault on the soul, a day-to-day degradation of the self, an oppressive steel and brick umbrella that transforms seconds into hours and hours into days. He has had to endure this second-by-second assault on his soul for 38 years. He had no record before he was arrested and framed for the death of a Philadelphia police officer. Since 1981, Mumia has maintained his innocence. His story has not changed. Mumia was shot, brutalized, arrested, and chained to a hospital bed. The first police officer assigned to him wrote in a report that the Negro male made no comment, as cited in Philly Mag. Yet 64 days into the investigation, another officer testified that Mumia had confessed to the killing. Mumia's story has not changed. But we are talking about the same Philadelphia Police Department whose behavior shocks the conscious, according to a 1979 DOJ report. Behaviors like shooting nonviolent suspects, abusing handcuffed prisoners, and tampering with evidence. It should therefore come as little surprise that according to Dr. Johanna Fernandez, over 1/3 of the 35 officers involved in Mumia's case were subsequently convicted of rank corruption, extortion, and tampering with evidence to obtain convictions in unrelated cases. This is the same Philadelphia Police Department where officers ran racial profiling sweeps like Operation Cold Turkey in March 1985, targeting black and brown folks, and bombed the Move House in May of that year, killing 11 people, including 5 children, and destroying 61 homes. The same Philadelphia Police Department whose officers 8 days before the 2020 presidential election shot Walter Wallace Jr. dead in the streets in front of his crying mother. The Philadelphia Fraternal Order of Police has unrelentingly campaigned for Mumia's execution. During their August 1999 national meeting, a spokesperson for the organization stated that they will not rest until Abu Jamal burns in hell. The former Philadelphia president of the Fraternal Order of Police, Richard Costello, went as far as to say that if you disagree with their views of Mumia, you can join him in the electric chair and that they will make it an electric couch. The trial judge on Mumia's case in 1981, Albert Sabo, was a former member of the Fraternal Order of Police. Court reporter Terry Moorer Carter overheard Judge Sabo telling a colleague, "I'm going to help them fry the nigger." Found in December 2018 in an inaccessible storage room of the DA's office, 6 boxes of documents from Mumia's case reveal previously undisclosed and highly significant evidence showing that Mumia's trial was tainted by a failure to disclose material evidence in violation of the United States and Pennsylvania constitutions. In November 2019, the Fraternal Order of Police filed a King's Bench petition asking the court to allow the state attorney general, not the Philadelphia DA's office, to handle the upcoming appeals. As the FOP president John McNesby said, just last year, Mumia should remain in prison for the rest of his life, and a King's Bench order provides the legal angle for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to uphold Judge Sabo's original wish, which was for Mumia ultimately to die in prison. Today we are living through a moment where it's acceptable to paint "End Racism Now" in front of the Philadelphia Police Department's 26th District headquarters. And yet a political prisoner who has since the age of 14 dedicated his life to fighting against racism continues to be caged and lives his life on a slow death row. We're in the midst of a movement that says Black Lives Matter, and if that's truly the case, then it means that Mumia's life and legacy must matter, and the causes that he sacrificed his life and freedom for must matter as well. Through all of the torture Mumia has suffered over the past 38 years, his principles have never wavered. These principles have manifested themselves in his writing countless books while incarcerated, in his successful radio show, in the time and energy he has poured into his mentorship of younger incarcerated folks, and the continued concern with the people suffering outside of the walls. Even while living in the hells of the prison system, Mumia still fights for our human rights. We must continue to fight for him and his human rights. Mumia is 66 years old. He is a grandfather. He is an elder with ailments. He is a human being that deserves to be free. Free Mumia.
All right, so we just heard from, as Colin Kaepernick said, Mumia's been in jail for 38 years. But as you've alluded to, and as the stack of books on the table would allude to, he hasn't been doing nothing this whole time.
No.
He's been writing book after book after book after book. You just held up a book about the Black Lives Matter movement that Mumia wrote.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that and these other books that you have in front of us here?
Okay, I'd like to tell them in order. You know what? We're going to add Mumia started off by doing commentaries.
Okay.
Because he was a journalist, I guess they got together and they said, Mumia, we got to get you out of here. we got to make a connection with the American people.
Right.
What do you do well? He said, well, look, I'm a journalist. He said, well, give me a commentary. So what he did was he created a series called Live from Death Row, and which are collected in this book. You can buy this book. This is Mumia Abdul-Jamal's commentaries from prison.
Okay.
Very interesting. I'm just gonna keep it rolling. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay. This book, Race for Justice, that I mentioned before, is the brief on Mumia that was written by Leonard Weinglass on Mumia's case. And you know what? This gives you, there were 32 violations, constitutional violations, during Mumia's trial. 32. One will get you an appeal.
Right.
32. This is how deep the frame up was. They actually just know that the courts, you can have no confidence that there will be justice dispensed in a capitalist court. That's why we call that movement we just created, No Justice Under Capitalism, that fights for the prisoners and their lives. But back to Mumia. So Race for Justice is a book that basically tells the history of the case, and it's the brief of his first lawyer. Wow. Unfortunately, things don't work out as we wish. So this gentleman, Daniel R. Williams, was one of the lawyers that worked on Mumia's case. He turned coat on us and issued this book before Mumia's trial was completed. And it was very bad. Very bad.
Oh no.
Because there was information in here that could have helped the prosecution. The truth of the matter is, Mumia is innocent, but we didn't like the breaking of ranks. Nevertheless, I read everything.
Sure.
So this book basically is critical of the courts, but he had given up himself. Being a counselor or a lawyer for a political prisoner, when he's being framed, is hard work. So the weak among us drop out. So this was his little dropout statement. It's called Executing Justice, a so-called inside account of the case of Mumia Abdul-Jamal by this turncoat coward lawyer. Okay, now we have other books. Now these are written by Mumia. First, I'll give you Jailhouse Lawyers. I read this while driving across the country with my dad and my wife at the time, Gerald, and this is a book about prisoners defending prisoners versus the United States. Mumia, besides his commentaries, besides his other books, is also a jailhouse lawyer.
Okay.
So he helps other prisoners write briefs that will lead to their freedom.
Wow.
Amazing.
So this book is a book about the history of such jailhouse lawyers.
Whoa.
And I found it very interesting. That's jailhouse lawyers are a special breed. Now this book here, this is another book written by Mumia. I see, when was this released? Let me see. Can you make it easy for me? Come on now. Yeah, this 2004. I keep forgetting that I'm old as water. So, like 16 years, nah. But then there are people that are less than 16 years old that need to know about Mumia.
Mm-hmm.
So this book was written 2004, but it's called We Want Freedom. This is Mumia's history of the Black Panther Party.
Okay.
Oh.
Very, very nice. Not very thick, but very good history. And he turned the section on the question of women and the Black Panther Party over to women who had been in the Black Panther Party.
Oh.
And they did that chapter.
Okay.
Nice.
Very nice book. We Want Freedom.
Wow.
Mumia's history of the Black Panther Party. And then, here you go. Have Black Lives Matter? This is Mumia's little book about the Black Lives Matter movement. which he is critical of, but very judicious and fair. He just looks at it as he sees it, and I think there's some interesting essays in here if you want to understand from a critical point of view the Black Lives Matter movement.
Okay.
And lastly, he has done a trilogy. It's called Murder Incorporated, which he has written with Stephen Vittoria, the director of a film, long range revolutionary, long time. There's a wonderful video that about Mumia that Mr. Stephen Vittoria wrote, and it's just a wonderful film if you like, documentaries. And literally scores of artists, authors, people that support Mumia are part of the film.
Wow.
And we need to share.
Yeah. Well, I mean, without someone doing this, right? Like, I was always like, oh, I'm going to have to read something by him. Like, he was already on my radar. Like, I've got to read something about this. But I didn't know where to jump in yet. And, you just look it up on Google, it's not good enough. This, you're helping a lot.
Well, this book, Murder Incorporated, is very interesting, actually, because it's Mumia's history. He's writing, he calls, basically, the Empire, Genocide, and Manifest Destiny. An extremely critical overview of American history.
Wow.
So there you have it, and that is only some of what is available. I'm hoping you just gotta do it. Look at a book.
Yeah, and all of the books mentioned will be included as references for the show notes for everybody listening. Thank you, Gerald. It's been a pleasure.
It's a pleasure working with you.
Thank you.
Here is Gerald Smith talking about Black nationalism.
But this isn't just the episode on Black nationalism. This is an episode where Gerald Smith talks about how Black nationalism as an ideology came about in the United States. He gives a complete, his version of history about blackness in general in the United States and how black organizing and labor organizing have changed and changed each other over the course of the history of the United States.
As well as his sort of principled stance on why he is no longer a black nationalist, but will still work with black nationalists on a variety of issues that are more pressing and important today. So, and a quick caveat. Just so you know, there is a point sometime in the episode when you'll start to hear some background music. At times it gets louder towards the end. Gerald doesn't live alone. It's just other people and they have music, and so that's just the way it is sometimes. So I hope it's not too distracting. I actually thought that it kind of adds some good ambiance to the episode. So
there you go.
Enjoy.
All right, so Gerald, we've been hanging out around here for a few days, following you around, listening to you, talking with you, making food with you, and one of the things that you've said was you mentioned yesterday that as you were a youth, as you put it, you considered yourself a black nationalist at one point, and now one of the very first things you said in contrast to that when we first got here was that you are not a black nationalist, and you said this at least 3 times in the first hour of us talking to you.
Yeah.
What is it that changed in you? How did you consider yourself initially a black nationalist and then went away from that?
Okay. Keep your mind open and learn.
Okay.
My first experience was in the NAACP, my first political experience.
Right.
The NAACP can fairly be defined as an integrationist organization. NAACP wants black people to succeed in American society as it is, okay, and defends the rights of black people as best they can within their limited scope, okay. Well, around the time that we talked about in other situations where the Civil Rights Act was passed,
sure,
and the Voting Rights Act is passed, there are people in the community that said, okay, they didn't pass all this legislation throughout our wonderful nation, but life has not improved for us. This is something wrong here. We need to get away from these goddamn white people. We need to have our own nation. It's nation time. What time is it? It's nation time. Okay. So that became a wave that, and I think I was swept up in that wave to an extent. BLACK, NUSS, BLACK, NUSS. You know, yeah. Well, there's two sides, of course, to this. One is that the black nationalists tried to emphasize the positive things about black people. Black is beautiful. Came back.
Yeah.
It became a slogan that was in the society in general. And that's a good thing. Why? Because blacks are trained to believe in so many ways that we are ugly. You know, just the whole hair thing. And, you know, we can go on and on. They used to, in Ebony magazine, I recall, they used to sell what's called bleaching cream. And so you could put on, you get lighter.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson didn't come from nowhere. So yeah, the nationalists were much more militant. That's the thing that attracted me. Not so much the theory, but the action.
Sure.
So they were fighting against police brutality. They were defending political prisoners. I was attracted to that. Not so much that I was converted in terms of my thinking, because I was brought up a Depression kid. You know, my folks had been through the Depression, and the class struggle had shown that it was united, integrated, multiracial class struggle that delivered. But then what happened to the unions? They got bureaucratized. Basically, not only conservatives, but people who were literally pro-imperialists wound up in the leadership of the unions and prevented the unions from being militant class organizations. You know, so anyway. But as I grew and kept my mind open, I ran into a book like this. I want to talk about Theodore Draper's The Rediscovery of Black Nationalism. And by him just doing this history, his analysis was so obviously, to me, it rang true. So I said, well, wait a minute. I have to, what? Reconsider. Where do I stand? So let's start at the beginning. What is a nation, and where historically did nations come? Nations are relatively new formations in terms of human history. They really arose during the Enlightenment and eventually through the bourgeois revolutions, because a nation became a border for what? For common people that speak the same language, so we can conduct business.
Right.
Right? A market. It became a region for a market. And so a nation, one thing clear is people with common territory. You have to have land in order to build a nation. It helps if people have a common language. Then now you can communicate, you can trade goods, deal with, the economy. So you have land, a language, and from the way you live, you have a culture that is common between people. People tend to cook the same foods, dishes, recipes, etc. Sing the same music. Enjoy the same art.
Yeah.
It has a national character to it. So we said a territory, a language, and above all, you just can't have. You have to have the main thing is you have to have a political economy. that market within those borders. That's what the nation, that's what you're defending, is you want to defend your market so you can get your money's on. All right? So we have a common language, political economy, territory, culture, and a psychological makeup that makes people feel that they're one. But if you're missing any one of those 5 ingredients, you're probably not a nation. There are other categories that human beings can fit in besides nation. Even though the word is, hip-hop nation, for instance. I saw a resolution for a political feminist nation. Okay, well, whatever, right? Point being, that's simply a misuse of the term. The term nation means what I just said. So therefore, if you look at a group of people, if they don't have that common land, if they don't have that common language, if they don't have that common culture, and above all, the political economy, then they're really not a nation. They're something else. Okay. Well, black nationalism became popular again in the 60s due to the failures of the civil rights movement. The civil rights movement was integrationist and wanted, the aim of it and the goal of it was to assimilate black people into the society as a whole. So just in terms of formal logic, let's just start off with, Aristotle, Socrates, logic. If you are not a nation, if you don't have a political economy, so let's look at black people. Do black people have a common territory? In all honesty, no. There's no area that's Negro land. We don't have a common territory. We don't have a common language. So some people say, "Oh, how about English?" Duh. Well, that's a common language with other people. Come on. That's not common to black people. Black people do not speak a separate and common language. In fact, black people very often are heterogeneous in terms of the language. Haitian people may speak patois or French. Africans speak their own. They're black. What's going on here? Well, the fact of the matter is, they're Americans. And so are we. So are black people born here before. To make a long story short, black people are not a nation. So that is why I think theoretically, what is theory? You talking about the theory is concentrated reality from my perspective. So that we have a false theory. If you try to squeeze black people into the category of nation. So what you have is a pseudo black nationalism. It would be only proper to call it that. Does that mean that everything the black nationalists say is false? No. I know black nationalists that advocate for the freedom of political prisoners. They're not wrong for that.
Yeah.
I know black nationalists that organize when police murder a black citizen. Well, they're not wrong for that. But that doesn't make black people a nation. We have to get back to the point. Why is this not useful? I think that it is never a good thing when you don't know who you are and if you don't have a clear, not only the identity, but more importantly, the dynamic. Where are you going? Do you know where you're going to? That's the question. Well, if we look historically, a nation tends to want to be separate and have its own postage stamp, flag, army, and borders. Okay? Well, God dog, man, you look at it, you say, well, are black people not a nation? Okay, so it's not nationalism. See, when you say nationalism, it should be French nationalism. Canadian nationalism.
Sure.
Kenyan nationalism. These are nations, and that's the nationalism that may be or may not be expressed by those kinds. But they're at least nations. What are black people? Black people may not be a nation. We're certainly, and I can argue, Americans, but what makes our situation different? Because it is different. What are you going to deny that there's of course there's differences. What are they? Based on color. Okay, so now race got something to do with this. But what do you call the social formation? Well, black people, there's something called special oppression. All American working people are oppressed and exploited. That's what capitalism does. But there are groups within the working class, or sectors of the working class, that catch a little bit more hell. Women hold up half the sky and don't get paid for it. Gay people, LGBTQ, I guess they call it, okay, are certainly oppressed. I want to do a shout out for my Black Panthers. The Black Panthers was the first black national organization to come out in support of gay liberation. And that was after that Stonewall riot. We got together, thought about it, and that changed me. When the Panthers came out in support of the gay liberation, that I had to take it up a little bit, you know. But let's talk about special oppression. I think it's probably true that disabled people catch hell that they should not be catching. Okay, so these are special oppressions. Black people are specially oppressed because we are treated in a racist manner. What do you call black people? An oppressed group? Or I like the term caste. Race, color, caste makes sense for me. That's what makes sense for me. But one thing, even if you're not sure or you may not agree with that designation, the one thing that should be sure is that black people are not a nation. Therefore, the term self-determination, what does that mean? When you say, I am for the self-determination, I'm for self-determination, of what? Self-determination is for nations. So the best example of self-determination that was almost bloodless, there was a country called, it's called Czechoslovakia. Somehow, they got together and the Slovaks said, hey, we are actually really a separate nation. And we don't want to be Czechoslovakia. You're going to be the Czech Republic. We want to be the Slovakian Republic. And they separated. End of story. So those two nations exist side by side. Unfortunately, that does not happen very often. Very often, the fight for self-determination, that is, of a nation to become a separate entity, can be bloody and ugly. Okay, and that is why it is not useful to raise it in the wrong context. Black people in America are black Americans. If we get it into our heads wrongly, that we are, it's nation time, we don't, yeah. And we not go fight for our civil liberties. We are not going to make sure that we are treated equally, then that undermines our fight for human dignity and for human liberation. Because if you think that, well, okay, I'm done with America, anything is better than here. Well, actually, you talk about Pan-Africanists. I know people that have been to Africa, and then they back here. I said, I thought you defected, man. Get back on that boat and take your ass back on over there. They said they went there, and they brought their ass back here because they could. So what you're dealing with here is a middle class strata, I would argue, that has the financial wherewithal to go back and forth between continents, but they keep coming back here. I know people that have retired in Africa, so have bought property in Africa, built a house there, and then upon not having to work anymore, they moved to Africa to retire. But generally speaking, you can go to Africa anytime you want. Okay? Don't look like you get stampeded to death for people trying to get there.
I mean, you need money and connections and all that.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Maybe, just maybe, the material existence that you live in the United States is qualitatively higher than Africa. Maybe. I think fantasy is never good. It's never good to not know which road to take to human emancipation. Black nationalism, pseudo-black nationalism, is politically disorienting because it leads people away from the actual fights that we need to engage in to really be free. It leads people to resignation, demoralization, self-exclusion. I don't think it's useful. I do not support black nationalism as an ideology. And so what do I? Well, I like the S word. Socialism is my goal and my answer to so-called self-determination of a black nation that doesn't exist. And why do I say? Well, they say, well, so what are you gonna have socialism with? White people? Actually, yes. Actually, yes. But no. See, this is real because this is. So people will say, well, I ain't trying to integrate into no burning house. Look at capitalism's burning up. Wait a minute. Capitalism is dying. We witness a dying culture every day. I'm not recommending that we revive capitalism. If capitalism cannot resolve the crisis generated by itself, then let it perish. But we do need somewhere else to go. And I believe that direction should be socialism. And I believe that black people have already demonstrated that in the mass of black people, we do not want black nationalism. How do you know? Well, observation. For instance, black people largely were brought to the United States to be chattel slaves. Okay? Now, what actually happened? Well, as it were, there were freed blacks in the United States, and those freed blacks met as a community at least once a year called the National Negro Convention movement. And at every one of these gatherings, they decided, oh no, we have to contribute to the abolition movement. We have to fight for black people to be free. This is the National Negro Convention movement, which we talk in 1800s. Now, I don't know if you know this, but there was a period when the Founding Fathers were actually discussing abolishing slavery because slavery was no longer all of that profitable. You know, you grow all this cotton. Now, what are you going to do with the cotton? You understand the process? At that time, you had to pick the seeds out of the cotton, and then you could start to turn it into twine and make a shirt or whatever you wanted to do. That was a very labor-intensive process until the cotton gin was, created. And once the cotton gin, so at a point slavery was dying, and they were literally considering, just maybe let's do something out. But they didn't know what they wanted to do with the black people themselves. because they knew that, well, we done created a problem here, so can we live with these people as if they was human? But they didn't talk about these people, these creatures. Black people were considered subhuman, or at best inferior. Well, what actually occurred then, with the invention of the cotton gin, it made cotton much more profitable. Now you just dumped it in the machine. On the other side, you get clean cotton. Hey, we don't need nobody picking it. Get your ass out there and pick that cotton in the field. You understand? And it made it so that they was creating farms in the United States with as much as 3,000 slaves on it. A lot of people don't know this. Thousands of slaves picking cotton. There were problems with this, of course, in terms of depletion of the soil. These planters were not very scientific individuals. They were motivated by just raw greed and money. They just getting it, making money, shipping the product to England, where they had the textile industry set up, and they turn that cotton into clothes and sell it, and let's get it going. Sell it back to you, actually. So here we have a situation where cotton became king. Cotton was the sole product that the United States was able to trade with. We didn't make nothing else that anybody else wanted that was worth putting on a ship. In fact, cotton was the majority of the foreign trade of the United States until 1923. Blew my mind. I never knew that until I stumbled across it. 1923, and cotton was king in the South. So they said, look, the slave owners said, well, look, you know what? You got these free blacks, and they're agitating, talking about black people as human beings and all this stuff. They're making us look bad in front of the whole world. So what we got to do is, let's convince them all to go back to Africa. We'll ship them back to Liberia, and then the only blacks here will be slaves. Problem solved. Well, they proposed this. The American Immigration Society or something like that was formed by the ruling class as a proposal to the free blacks. The free blacks discussed it at their National Negro Convention movement, and came back with a resolution that said, we ain't going nowhere. We are going to stay and fight for the freedom of every black man. And that, it started to create a whole movement of black people who were for the liberation of the entire race of black people. Wow. So at that point, the Back to Africa movement had been started by who? Let me hear it. Say it.
The slave owners.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's who was for that madness. Unfortunately, so while the free blacks overwhelmingly, and the abolitionist movement was, full of, they had free blacks that were part of the abolitionist movement, and they were for freeing, and they weren't just talking. You had people, they had a movement, and it was partially illegal, and it was partially legal. So they had the newspaper, William Lloyd Garrison and the Abolitionist Society put out a newspaper. They had the Quakers and free blacks and others that formed something called the Underground Railroad, and they would assist blacks to escape to freedom. And eventually it got so rough that the slave owners said, no, the federal government's got to pass a law, and we got to stop these blacks from escaping. That's my money. I bought you, you mine, and you run away. No. And y'all helping them? I know y'all helping them. So there was an ugly reaction by the planters trying against the abolitionist movement. But the abolitionist movement fought on every front, including a legal front. So Dred Scott they passed the Fugitive Slave Act. And what that Fugitive Slave Act was, if you were a slave and you captured in New York, you had escaped and were captured in New York, you could be shipped back to your master. Fugitive Slave Act. That's why a lot of blacks didn't start saying, well, hell, I know what to do. I'm going to go up the river and cross that border. Come on up in here. Yeah, come on up in here if you want to. So blacks started, escaping all the way to Canada. But in the meantime, the historic thrust of the black liberation movement was to free blacks and that all black people should be a part of American society. We built this. We made you rich. You were nothing when you came here, and now you got all this money and don't know what. But look here, we not going nowhere. This is our home. We are Americans. And when the Dred Scott case, though, worked its way through the courts and went to the Supreme Court, Judge Taney actually decided right then against Dred Scott and for the Fugitive Slave Act and said a black man has no rights that a white man is bound to respect. So at that point there was some demoralization amongst the black abolitionists and people and there was a split in the free black community over whether or not maybe we should get the hell out of here. I don't know. This great experiment might not work for us. And this was, we talking 1857, around in there. There was this disgruntlement. Thomas Delaney then was the first black American to come up with black nationalism. He said, okay, we got to go. We got to leave out of here. And actually, I have his book right here about his argument that it's time for black people. He actually went to Africa to leave America. He actually went to Africa and was trying to find out could he buy some real estate, so that free blacks could leave, because that Supreme Court decision by Judge Taney was very harsh for black America. But guess what happened? That was 1857. Blacks there was tension and division and polarization within the black community over where were we going and what is our goal and what should we do. And what happened almost immediately after 1857?
Abraham Lincoln happened.
Okay, that is, the Republican Party was formed as a coalition of free soilers, abolitionists. By the way, there was an abolition party at one point, right? Free soilers, abolitions, and other people who were against what was going on in the South, and realizing that the South was a real danger and the South attempts to secede, and we have the, what do we call it? The Civil War. And by the way, just a footnote, our country is not well. And we know that. Yeah. We live it. But we should not adjust to it. Mm. I know a young man, and I feel really bad for him. He was asked to write an essay about, this is a white fellow, about what the causes of the Civil War was. And he said, oh, that's easy, slavery. And blah, blah, blah. And the teacher failed him and wrote that actually it was over states' rights. Yeah. And blah, 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 blah. And he couldn't believe it. His parents got involved and they fought, and they finally got him to pass the subject. But it was such an ugly situation where falsehood, this is where the right wing operates and the left doesn't. They get right on the school board level and they corrupt the very curriculum. To say that the Civil War was not fought over slavery is profoundly false. but that they could act, and they also push that creationism against Darwinism, against science.
A lot of these are coming out of Texas, aren't they? Like that's kind of the hub of these textbooks.
I wish it was only Texas. I wish it was.
Oh, everyone uses these textbooks though.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you mean the textbook?
The publishers or something. Yeah.
I don't know the address of falsehood and lies because it's so much of it that it's hard to follow. But thank you. The point though about this dynamic is what I think people need to understand, and so we can stop fooling ourselves about this pseudo black nationalism. In fact. So you have the Civil War, and baby, what happened in the Civil War? I hope you know. Oh, I'm sorry, because Trump, the South lost, y'all. Did y'all know that? I mean, I know they got a lot of monuments around here now. For somebody that lost, there's a whole lot of monuments for the losers. But nonetheless, the South actually lost and signed capitulated at the end of the Civil War.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, Lee was the one that signed the surrender. Okay. And not only was there the Civil War, right after the Civil War, black people did not try to leave. They said, good, slavery's over, we're going to have a new life. And the whole struggle for Reconstruction occurred. And this is something that most people don't know, is that black people were the most active element in American society for the creation of public schools.
Wow. I had no idea that was the case.
Well, you know what it is? People had been, ever since 1830, Nat Turner's Rebellion, had been denied any kind of education. It was against the law to teach black people to read in some states.
Right.
So upon emancipation, people they knew knowledge is king. Got to have it. That's right. Now we done won this Civil War. We heating up. Feed off of knowledge and can't get enough. So actually slaves played because during the Reconstruction, slaves voted for legislation. And that's how the whole basis for a lot of the public schools was set, because the slaves were very much pro education for young people. Now let us continue. As I think slavery. I mean, while there were people actively working to continue to oppress black people severely, Ku Klux Klan, among others, right? But black people, as a community, wanted to succeed here in America. The dynamic was towards integration and assimilation. Well, then you have the populist movement, right? And black people were active in the populist movement. After Reconstruction was sold down the river, I might say, and betrayed by the Republicans, who that was Lincoln's party at that time. So here, black people are still fighting to become a part of their home. What we wanted was social equality, economic equality, etc., and legal equality. Well, it continues now. At the same time, you have a major court case, Plessy versus Ferguson, and that was 1898, where basically they said, okay, look, separate but equal is still equal. So you guys know you're not going to be putting them black lips on the
water fountain,
and all that.
Yeah, you can't go to the same swimming pool.
Okay,
yeah.
But what the hypocrisy now? Because separate but equal is only true if you put equal resources for everybody's stuff. But if there's a swimming pool, public swimming pool that we all pay taxes towards. Now, where's my swimming pool? There ain't none. You get to watch through the fence.
Yeah.
But if you come up in here, we'll lynch your ass. Okay. The fact of the matter is that people did not stop fighting for full citizenship rights. So you have the Niagara movement was founded by W.E.B. Du Bois, and then later on, you have the NAACP emerged from the Niagara movement. And back then, I know, you say, well, the NAACP, they're so conservative today. Probably true. I mean, I would argue that not every NAACP branch is identical, but certainly this is not the NAACP of old. Because back then, when they found out using the NAACP, you'd burn your house down. Period. Remember, they assassinated Medgar Evers. So it was not easy to be in the South and be a member of the NAACP, fighting for equality. But right after, during World War I, there was a mass migration of black people to the urban centers, urban industrial centers, for work. I mean, you see, I'm picking cotton. They give me $1. Okay. I pick 100 pounds of cotton every day. They give me $1 at the end of the week, and then tell me that I owe them money. Right? This is some raw stuff going on here.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, black people, if given a choice, who want to live like that? Who wants to suffer? So they said, we paying you $5 a week over here to work in this automobile factory or to work in this meat packing facility. You get $1, you get lynched, publicly humiliated on a daily basis, segregated. Your children don't get to go to school. They even shut insofar as they had schools, they would shut them down during harvest season so the children could go and work for the planters. So guess what people did? By the thousands.
They moved.
Hey, I'll be long gone. I'm gone. I'm out of here. So they ran up to centers like Chicago, Gary, Indiana, steel industry, meatpacking industry, automobile, all these mass industries. Blacks were just, come on. Sharecropping, no more. So blacks, okay. Now, this is where it gets interesting. So this new population is filling these jobs during the war because the white soldiers had to go to war. Well, guess what? Wars end. When the war ends, soldiers come home and say, wait, what's up? Well, niggas done got your job, bruh. Well, what? And as a result of that dynamic, there were race riots all over. There was something called the Red Summer of 1919, I believe it is. The Chicago race riots. You had race riots in many, many industrial cities in America. But for the first time, it wasn't only blacks dying. It was not like the ritual lynchings that took place, thousands of which, where they surrounded a black man's home with 50 Ku Klux Klan, arrest him or break him out of a local jail and then take him and have this huge crowd, lynch him in front of this crowd. This was a different thing, because guess what? Anybody can buy a revolver. You in the city now. You get a revolver. You can defend yourself. White people died in the race riots. It wasn't just black people dying, although it was the black community that was assaulted. So as things played out, there was some bitterness amongst black people because people felt that hell, that we had got to the promised land, then left the hell the racist South to the segregated North, and now these race riots. And here comes a little Jamaican man. His name was Marcus Garvey. And he said, man, look, we ain't got the stuff like this. Let's go back to Africa. And many black people felt, well, hell, any place is better than here. This guy, we got to go. And they built a movement, and this is kind of sad but ironic, and that is W.B. Du Bois had been organized in the NAACP now for, a couple of years, and they put out a quality magazine which he was the editor of, called The Crisis. Well, actually, the black masses joined the Garvey movement and not the NAACP. How do you explain that? Because they,
What was the Garvey movement, though?
the Universal Negro Improvement Association was the organization that advocated black separatism, going back to Africa as the solution to racism in America, and owning your own businesses, and basically, we got to do a black thing, and that's the only thing. It was obviously positive in the following sense. Garvey was the first one that created a situation where they started making black dolls for children.
Okay.
Black dolls for kids. This is a positive thing. Black is beautiful. I understand it. Also, so that was culturally, Garvey had a positive influence on masses of black people, of defeating that self-hate and stuff like that. He also, what Garvey did, what that was positive, is he stimulated the desire to form black businesses. That was a good thing. Okay? So, but the goal was back to Africa, and the way Garvey looked at it is, we don't care nothing about y'all because y'all don't care nothing about us. So we're going to do our own thing. That had a certain appeal to it, to working class black people. To create your own institutions, your own clubs, your own, churches, your own, So Garvey's attraction was fairly powerful. He had, maybe 100,000 adherents in the United States, which means probably 1 million black people kind of passively supported him, of the black people at that time. This is something that people don't understand. But as soon as the opportunity presented itself for black people to enter the trade unions, that is the 30s, through integrated class struggle, you could get a job and you could fight with whom? The boogeyman? Or your white brothers. That's right. For a better circumstance for you and your children. Millions of black people joined the unions, fought on picket lines, supported the struggle, and improved their lives through integrated, united class struggle, multiracial class struggle. For a bright, shining moment of about 10 years or so, you saw this happening in America. America was changing. This is the 30s, the dirty 30s. Okay? Now, coming out of World War II, black people were optimistic, having supported the war, been in the war, and you had the greatest migration of blacks from the South to the North, the Great Migration. And black people were fighting for equality on all fronts. The civil rights movement swole. And of course, you had the 1954 Brown versus the Board of Education decision, which argued against racism. So people were optimistic, and we fought, and then, as we discussed before, after 1964 and 65, when you have the bills, the Civil Rights Act and then the Voting Rights Act, where could the Civil Rights Movement go from here? Dr. King lost a lot of his popularity, particularly amongst the bourgeois press, because he also started to advocate against what?
Capitalism.
Yeah, well, yes, he did. He did, but also specifically against the Vietnam War. And that he really fell out of favor. In fact, it was executed. He was the next year, assassinated the following year after he came out at the Riverside Church in Harlem and made that speech against the war.
Yeah.
So here they're killing our leaders. You know, they're still racist. The black nationalists fed off of that demoralization, which is what I want you to see, that black nationalism feeds off of the demoralization of the fight for equality. If you don't take the fight for equality forward, then people say, well, what's the point? I mean, to tell you the truth, we just here in this city defeated the billionaires in the school board races. So out of 4 school board races, 4 seats for school board directors, we won 3 out of 4 of those seats against Go Public Schools. It's Bill Gates, Bloomberg, Broad. They spent over $1 million to defeat us. But we won 3 out of 4 seats. Okay? Sometimes, if you can't win those battles, people get really discouraged. So black nationalism was looking good for a while. But in fact, now looking today, shouldn't it be obvious? Black people have spoken. You get on a plane, you can go to Africa anytime you want. But the truth of the matter is, black people are Americans and want to be treated as Americans. It couldn't be more obvious. And therefore, being clear about the history of black nationalism as a pseudo ideology, as a pseudo nationalism is important, because the only real solution is that we have united, integrated class struggle to defeat the capitalists, raze their state to the ground, and create in its place a worker state that will usher in a new society. And that's my program, basically.
I think that's a perfect place to end it. This is the episode about anti-fascism, or Antifa as it's more widely known today, I suppose, with Gerald Smith. This is Gerald's involved critique, I guess you could say, of Antifa, a little bit about the history of Antifa, why Gerald thinks that there's value in anti-fascism, but also his critique of how anti-fascist organizing currently exists in the United States. So Gerald, we are now in 2021, it's January 1st. Last year, in the wake of all of the Black Lives Matter protests in historic numbers that we saw across the United States, we saw our president, Donald Trump, declared a lot of the protesters, lumping in Black Lives Matter with people that were protesting Black Lives Matter. It became a whole mess. At the end of things, our president, Donald Trump, decided to classify Antifa, anti-fascists, as a terrorist organization.
I heard about it.
How did we end up in a historical situation where people that are fighting and protesting the people who want to put people in cages in ovens, a terrorist organization? What led us to this moment?
Well, actually, it's a very contorted role. Number one, the fact that we don't have a proletarian party. Organization leads to consciousness. But the inverse is also true. Where there is no organization, our consciousness is stunted. Okay? Now, years ago, the United States participated in World War II, and as such, one of the ways that the war was made popular amongst the working people is that it was sold as a war against fascism.
Right.
And I know in my community, black community, people's whole families, all of my brothers, my father's brothers signed up for this war. They volunteered. They went and knocked on, I want to be in the army so I can kill me some white folks. And they said, well, wait a minute. but what that led to, it was a phony idea that World War II was so-called the good war.
Right.
In fact, Ernest Mandel wrote an excellent book about World War II, being the good war. He explained there was actually 7 different conflicts going on at the same time. You had the capitalists against the Soviet Union, with Germany being the spearhead. 25 million Russians died in World War II. 25 million. Now, also, I think we want to pay attention to the fact that it was a war between imperialist countries and underdeveloped countries. Many underdeveloped countries saw the possibility of winning their self-determination or their freedom from imperialism or from colonialism. It was a time to break through. That's it, man, we through. So that war was going on. So in all, there were a number of different conflicts that were going on simultaneously in this stew called World War II. But predominantly it was an imperialist war. And there's no such thing as a good war. The United States entered the war relatively late, right?
Yeah.
And because of this, the United States never got bombed. Did you know that?
Right.
So the United States basically was, besides losing, 400,000 troops.
And Pearl Harbor, obviously.
It was, the United States was pretty much unscathed by World War II, relatively. When you have Germany, a wasteland, just firebombed out. Japan got the nuclear weapons, boom, boom, boom. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, bombed to dust. Then we have France had been occupied by Germany throughout World War II. England was bombed, and much of Europe was occupied by the Nazis. It's a bad situation. Okay. People, when I went to school, we used to learn, and we were encouraged to read the diary of who? Anne Frank.
Yeah.
Anne Frank was a little Jewish girl that was hiding in Holland, and almost, was pretty late in the war, was finally discovered, and they, murdered the whole family. The Nazis murdered the whole family. But that was America. When I was a child, they taught us anti-fascism. They taught us what the crimes that the Nazis had perpetrated. That's not true anymore. So we have here a failure of historic memory as to what fascism really means in the United States. This is sad. Because now, what does that mean? That means red Republicans, we got to line up. It is the revolutionary organizations that are the memory of the working class. The bourgeoisie may try to make us forget, but we will never forget what fascism means and what they've done. Enter our friends from, Antifa. Now, let's just know this. I know that this professor from, I think it's Princeton, Cornell West, actually stated publicly that Antifa saved his life. And they did. I don't know how many fascists were mobilized to come to Charlottesville. Does anyone know? We should know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I thought it was something like 5,000, and my friends are telling me, or one particular friend, that it was 20,000 fascists in Charlottesville. And remember, they were defeated at the end of the day. By whom? Jesus? No. The mayor of Charlottesville? No. Who defeated them was Antifa. At the end of the day, Antifa was the last man standing. Now, of course, it's very sad that Heather Hare lost her life in that conflict.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, that was the turning point for America to start to see the danger of fascism again. Okay. The next demonstration in Boston, there were 50 fascists present. There were 40,000 anti-fascists. That's the odds I like.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, in an effort that we have to be, we have to study our best practices so that we at least know what they are. And we have to also understand where we fall short. While Antifa is really, I love them, and I am an anti-fascist, so I am Antifa, to be honest with you, and played a significant role in supporting anti-fascist activity and the court support of anti-fascists in court for many, many decades. I think it's very important that we not lose sight of the importance of supporting anti-fascists when they need it. Nevertheless, I'm going to say it again. Not only do we want to discuss our best practices, we want to learn from our mistakes. And I don't know, you got to tell me. I think that we're falling short because the image that they have created of Antifa is not only wrong, but it's harmful to the working people. I know people who talk to me that were very angry, for instance, when I helped to organize the June 26, 1916 anti-fascist mobilization against the Unite the Right rally held or led by the Traditionalist Workers' Party, a fascist group.
Right.
The Golden State Skinheads and other KKK and other right-wing organizations. Someone actually approached me and said, well, are you happy now? Because 9 of our comrades were stabbed during this conflict. And I said, I'm never happy to see blood flowing, but I love to see resistance growing. Because at the end of the day, we ran them out of town. We ran those crazy ballheads out of our town again. But we still, to not pay attention to why people had taken these anti-Antifa positions. I know people who said, oh, they're terrible. They're not. Well, one, they're necessary, and I support them, and I am them. But I also see why people say that. And we have to improve. We can't just let it go, let it be. We have to be honest and look at why would people say something like that about us. So let's look through some of what I call what the anarchists seem not to be aware of. One point is the use of defensive formulations. It is never a good thing to go around talking about what you're going to do to somebody. No. Actually, you break the law if you say, I'm going to bust your ass. That's actually an assault. And it is never, I think, useful to threaten assault or talk about what you're going to physically do to somebody. Here is the defensive formulation. We're going to defend our community against fascist violence. No one can accuse you of doing wrong for defending your community against fascist violence. That is called a defensive formulation. How about this? We're going on strike. And we go on strike and the bosses send scabs to try to take our jobs. What does the workers do? We set up a picket line. The scabs try to cross our picket line, and in the course of them try to cross our picket line, they are raised to the ground and acquainted with the pavement. The police arrest some of our people and say that you guys are violent. What do we say? Yeah, we're violent. We'll kick your fucking ass if you... No. That's not the message we want to share.
Okay.
We might want to say a defensive formulation like the following. We have to defend our families and our income and our jobs and our union. These people were recruited from all other states. They're criminals and lumpins and thugs and bullies. And they thought they could just make us move. But we started singing, "We shall not be moved. We are the rock of labor. You have struck a rock, and you may be crushed." We were defending ourselves and our family and our bare existence. And when these people assaulted us, we defended ourselves. That's a defensive formulation. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Do you understand? So that's unfortunately not the practice of Antifa at this point.
Okay.
There may be places where comrades are smart and do that, but we want the American people to get it.
Right.
That we are not thugs or bullies. We simply want to defend our right to exist. And, I think that's useful. It understands, how we present ourselves to our fellow workers. So when they go into lying and saying Antifa's terrorists, Antifa's this, people have heard us say, no, we defend our community from terrorists.
Right.
There you go. How about a thing that our anarchist brothers do not seem to be aware of is how to lay the historical political groundwork for the defeat of fascism.
Okay, you got to unpack that one now, Gerald.
Oh, I am.
Okay.
Because
The historical...
defeating fascism, the historical and political groundwork. Today, we're dealing with people that didn't live during World War II, so they don't know what fascism is. They don't know about the death camps. In fact, there's a strain of fascism that I have helped to smash every chance I get, is Holocaust denial.
Yeah.
David Irving, have you ever heard of him? You're a very knowledgeable one. He writes books explaining that the fascists did not kill 6 million people, ostensibly refuting the truth, right? When he came, supposed to speak at Berkeley, we said, oh no, this is not going to happen because there's no truth here and there's no reason to allow people to spew lies. We set up a demonstration of 300 people to block the doors of UC Berkeley and not permit that forum to take place, and we won. We won. People like strength. They like decisive action. But they above all like to understand what you're doing. So we didn't just do it. We put out information. We plastered the neighborhoods. We had press conference. We talked to people. We reasoned. We tried to get people to understand why we're doing this. So that when we pulled it off, there was sympathy for us.
Right.
Another thing that the comrades don't seem to get are anarchist comrades that are part of, and a major part of, Antifa. They're not, but this is a weakness, and that is effective propaganda exposing the fascist history, their current leadership, and their actual program. We don't do that enough to where we get this on television, we get this on the news. We reintroduce the history of fascism. We reintroduce to people who, if you actually study these fascists, they're all thugs and criminals in and out of prison, selling dope, whatever. I mean, they're a motley crew. If we can't discredit that, we need to do a little, step back and take some inventory.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, just tell the truth to people about who they are and what their actual program is, because they murder people today.
Yeah, in Boise, the fascists that are in Idaho, they're primarily the ones that are the criminal drug dealers. These are the people that are bringing heroin. These are the people that are getting people addicted to heroin.
They're killing our families.
And all same story, in and out of prison consistently for things either related to trafficking drugs, trafficking people, or stabbings.
Well, it looks like somebody should start a scrapbook with articles about these criminals, so that when we organize, this is what we're organizing against.
Yeah.
These are the actual people.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hand those out at the things. Yeah.
But it starts by compiling it. So let's compile it first.
Right.
Well, that's one of the people we've interviewed, Kenneth. He says most of what the people he knows who are Antifa in Boise, what they're doing is collecting information. They're doing research.
Good. Well, that's good. So that just shows you that Antifa is changing as we speak.
Yeah.
And this is a good thing to be welcomed. Now, another weakness that I saw was the current mood of the depleted workers' movement is, in this atmosphere, I see some people even say a plague on both your houses. The fascists, the anti-fascists, y'all are bad, and the fascists, y'all are bad. We should have no conflict. Wait a minute. Let's be clear about this. The fascists are the ones that have been being aggressive and organizing and using their connection to Trump, to be honest with you, to gain attention and recruit more forces. You can't equate the organization that is defending you from the organization that wants to kill you. So we need to be clear that we have a problem here. Our workers' movement barely exists. It's very weak. And insofar as it does exist, the workers don't even have socialist consciousness, sometimes not very strong trade union consciousness. So in that situation, it is very difficult to ensure that people don't just say, well, you're all violent. Well, let's be careful. Let's be thoughtful about that. Now today is so much easier to show who is running around with the AK-47s. I mentioned that in fact, over 500 people have been killed by the fascists in the last 30 years. Why don't we know about it? Because we don't talk about it. Do the research, compile, check out your sources, share the information. Look at a book. Prepare stuff for the workers that they can understand. Everybody over here, get on up. Everybody over here, get involved. So, what is wrong with this anarchist approach to fighting fascism? As I pointed out before, it is overly dependent on the physical aspect of the struggle. It's not enough. First of all, we can't kick enough right-wing. We have to undermine them. How? Politically. Many of our anarchist brothers and sisters claim that they're not political.
Right.
They say that's what's wrong with the world. No politics. Wait a minute now. Not all politics is equal. Okay? Now that's our problem, is that we are a small left-wing tendency in a sea of reaction. So we have to be thoughtful and careful and precise and clear that when we put our message out there, people at least understand it. Because fighting fascism is not just a matter of beating people up. It's a matter of changing people's minds. In fact, the anarchists regularly ignore the political struggle for the hearts and minds of the people. That is the entire working class. They don't see themselves as that's their task. But if you don't win over the hearts and minds of the people, how can they sympathize with you? We want their sympathy. We want their money. We want the young people to work with us. So you saying that you want me to possibly die? Well, maybe people need to, they're not going to do that unless what? We win their hearts and minds to the fight against fascism. And the anarchists don't seem to understand how important that is. And that's why they act alone sometimes. And it's never, you always want to recruit. Get help. The anarchists are substituting themselves for a task that only the masses of people can resolve. Insofar as people understand fascism, insofar as they know about the death camps. Actually, when I went to Germany, I was taken to a concentration camp outside of a town called Altenen, which is in turn outside of Hamburg, northern Germany. I still have the information on that, and wow. It's really, they kept the uniforms, so obviously they had the red stars, that was the communists and the social democrats. Yellow star, that was the Star of David, that was the Jews. Purple star was the gypsies. And they had another one for people that just didn't like the state. You didn't have to be a communist. Listen, this is bad business here. This is bad business. These concentration camps, they literally worked you to death. And then those who didn't die from that, they just put them in them gas chambers. Wow, 6 million. So this is a task that cannot be successfully accomplished by any sector or part of the left. We have to build consensus amongst trade unions, amongst black people, amongst all of the intended victims of fascism. And let me tell you, we can build a powerful force, but we don't need another hero. Heroism does exist, has existed, and will exist. We're going to have our heroes. But everybody doesn't need to be a hero. We need organizers and educators and agitators. That's what we need. So we are against substitutionalism. We don't think that we can resolve our problems just by a small band of people taking it upon themselves.
And substitutionalism, just to be clear, is what you're referring to when you say trying to be the hero.
Right.
Okay.
Going off by yourself and just, we're going to fight the fascists. Instead of, well, we better get some help, bro. We better get some folks to join us. I find that, unfortunately, my anarchist brothers and sisters have failed to develop a flexible strategy. They therefore wind up just stumbling from crisis to confusion to occasional defeat. But most of the time, let's face it, they win. Most of the time, when we fight back, it's surprising what happens. Now, I'm afraid this cannot be tolerated, and we have to work. The anarchists have fallen into the trap of the domestic terrorism. So that domestic terrorism trap has to be fought. Somebody, anybody, needs to take the FBI to court and challenge their designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization. It has happened in the past. An organization I have been in, the Spartacus League, was called terrorists, and they sued the state and won. And the Socialist Workers Party was categorized in some, possibly negative way, or terrorism or whatever. But they understood, you call me a terrorist today, there is a consequence for this. And they sued the state and they won. Because the FBI was a bunch of liars and hypocrites and corrupt, state functionaries, because they knew that the SWP was not a terrorist organization. You mentioned earlier, could you share with us again some of the consequences of being called a terrorist?
Yeah, so in New York, as right after this happened, within 2 weeks of Trump making this designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, there was a series of BLM demonstrations where BLM organizers and people that showed up were held for over a month without trial, without access to an attorney or lawyer, as is their constitutional right, because if you are designated a terrorist by the United States government, you have no right to an attorney. You have no right to a fair trial. And at the end of the day, the state of New York probably could have held these people indefinitely. They could have taken people to Guantanamo. And the only thing that could stop that is if, in the future from happening, is if this kind of thing is overturned, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Earlier you had talked to us off the air about the kinds of people. You kind of gave a list of the kinds of people who were part of the Antifa struggle in Boise in 2020. What were some of the political identities of the people who were Antifa?
Right. So in Boise and BLM, the organizings, we've had, the very first one was the largest political protest. They didn't call it a protest really, but the largest political event in Boise's history, to my knowledge, in Idaho's history actually. Yeah. Was about Black Lives Matter, was supporting George Floyd. There was a second event that happened. There was a protest.
Really quick, just
yes.
Okay. I came to political consciousness in the numbers of the people who came out for Bernie.
Sure.
And the caucus
where everyone came together for that, where it was like 9-1 for Bernie against Hillary. Okay, because they made the mistake of putting all the caucuses under one roof, and they'll never do it that way again. They actually changed the system after that because the Democrats did not like it. But the thing is, we shut the streets down. The line went out for, I mean, we were in line for like 5-8 hours.
Yeah.
This was the biggest thing that had happened that I knew of up until that point, and it was definitely the biggest thing I had experienced. Okay,
Yeah.
and that was huge.
That
and
was the largest caucus event ever in the United States history. Happened in Boise. This was the one you're referring to, I believe.
And then we also marched like the same week. Then he came. Anyway, point being, this was bigger.
Right. Yeah, a lot bigger.
So 8,000 people.
something thereabouts. And then the follow-up event had a lot of people, some of them from
But
out
there
of
was
town.
no violence at the 8,000
No
people.
violence at all. It was
Why?
completely peaceful.
Overwhelming.
Yeah, the
Continue.
volume of numbers is just you can't fight. You can't. What can you do?
They're not heroes.
Yeah, the follow-up event, not as well organized and was much smaller, but the diversity of people that showed up, and literally, this happened almost completely spontaneously. A ring of people, that formed around the Black Lives Matter organizers because there was protesters that were protesting the Black Lives Matter folks, and people showed up with literal swastika tattoos, lightning bolt symbols. There's pictures and video of all of this. But the sheer volume of intellectual diversity that showed up in support and put themselves in front of the fascists that were trying to stop this Black Lives Matter protest from happening. I talked to and saw and was there with conservatives, libertarian Joe Evans, libertarian candidate
Senator
in Idaho.
Senate.
He showed up. He put himself in harm's way. Literally was assaulted by Nazis, people with swastika tattoos. There's video of him getting punched in the face. Obviously, you've got the Social Democrats. There were anarchists. There was the Red Republicans. Obviously, the Boise DSA. There was Democrats, even Democrats, legislators. Just like a huge broad base of political diversity that all showed up.
Well, according to
supporting
Trump,
this.
they're all terrorists.
Yeah, but actually, I think, isn't that interesting? Because that is what I'm suggesting needs to happen. I wish you had more people.
Right.
But that's called a united front against fascism. And that's positive. I like it.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's
I
pretty
like
good.
it. That's, to me, that's an intelligent strategy, and that tactic of using the united front. The strategy is to organize the entire working class. And once you get the rolling, why stop at just stopping the fascists? Oh, yeah. Man, I've noticed this too. This is why people like yourself needs to step up. Because unfortunately our friends, the anarchists, allow the Nazis to hide behind free speech. The free speech
Right.
slogan and take the moral high ground. Most Americans support free speech.
Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
the Nazis say, well, we just trying to be free speech,
Yeah.
we have to snatch that knife out of their mouth. That's nonsense. Book burners don't support free speech. Where's our people addressing that nonsense
Straight up.
and explaining this is not a matter of free speech? We really don't care. When they speak, all they're trying to do is recruit people to commit acts of violence against oppressed folks.
Yeah.
And if they ever succeed in taking state power, can you imagine, with the technology available today, the horror that they would create in this country? So for us, we've already know, the record is known, 6 million Jews. We don't know how many, 25 million Russians died in World War II. We don't know how many people in other countries died at the hands of or behind the Nazis. For us, it's not a matter of free speech, because genocide is not debatable. This is not how many black people should we kill next week? Come on. Right. What? How many? That's it. I declare war on anybody that just wants to kill black people. That's something wrong with that. Hello. So I think that we need to be trained. People used to come and get me to talk to the press, but every Antifa should know that genocide is not debatable. And I think that's been our line now for decades, and we should continue that same line. There's nothing to talk about here. We're not trying to infringe on anybody's free speech rights. We want to just live. We want to unmask these people for what they really are. And then I don't know if y'all know about, but you explain this to me. Why is it that our friends, the anarchists, resist being identified as the good guys? I mean, that's, they ignore the mass psychology and tactics that are necessary to turn people against these fascists, but they don't want to be the good guys. I'm rough, I'm tough, and all of that posturing, and maybe that feeds the little ego a little bit. But I much rather people understand that we are on the right side of history in this conflict.
Yeah.
We are the people that are protecting y'all from them. Because if they ever got power, what would they do to us? So, but what we really need to understand is these comments are made within the framework that we are all in the same boat and it's sinking.
Sure.
So we not just support Antifa, we are Antifa. And we have to struggle with our brothers and sisters in Antifa, who are not all anarchists, by the way. But we have to struggle specifically with our anarchist brothers. We got to explain, anti-fascism has got to make sense to the workers. It is their program for, and it is a program that represents their best interests. And they need to be, we need to let people know that and organize around that principle that the masses are with us. If we allow it, if we set it up, if we're political, if we use our time and our propaganda well, So that's, I'm an Antifa. Use an Antifa look like to me, and all of those 350 people that showed up in Boise to defend the Black Lives Matter demonstration were Antifa as far as I was concerned.
I did a whole video, that I put out to people I know and people I don't know about Antifa, trying to correct the record, right? Mm-hmm. That was in 2019. Mm-hmm. I did that. That video's out there. I support, right? Mm-hmm. When he's like, oh, it's a terrorist now. You're a terrorist now. I was like, fuck it. I got that up on the internet. Like, oh, I don't like that.
Yeah, I know.
I don't like that
at all. It makes you feel a little creepy, doesn't it? Because you worry. That's the Star of David.
It's on me. If they get power, I know where I'm going. It's those FEMA camps.
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm saying that you were talking about the identities. Yeah. The identities they assign people. If the state knows you as a black person, if the state knows you as a Jewish person, if the state knows you as a terrorist, whatever they mark you as,
or as an enemy of fascism,
then yeah,
because that's the problem.
Then they can put you in a camp.
Well, that's not going to happen, because in this war against Babylon, we are going to win. That's it. That's right.
There you go.
Yeah, just know that.
I need to listen to that song sometimes.
Yeah.
All right.
That's right. That's right. So I hope I've dealt with judiciously, because we know we don't have any crisis in knowing the enemy. The enemy is the capitalist class. That is the enemy. And as we proceed, you're going to see some of them capitalists go jump off the like rats jumping off of a sinking ship. But we understand that the fascists are basically front men for a dying capitalist system.
Okay.
And I was just, but we gonna make it too. We gonna make, because we gonna learn. You will learn, because look at the alternative. Okay.
Yeah.
And here again, we have a positive program. It is not just to defend old normal capitalism as it is. I think we might have to let this capitalism go, because it's too much trouble. My goodness. So this is what capitalism generates? This fascism? Is that maybe an argument that it's time to go to the scrap heap of history?
This is the episode on Black Lives Matter, with Gerald Smith, a former Black Panther and lifelong revolutionary activist who asked Rhythm Theory Plebe, also known as Dave, interviewed in Oakland, 2021.
So you've talked to us a lot about the past of the labor movement, that your previous involvement in things, but let's bring things more closer to the present, because I'm sure the thing on a lot of people's brains back at home that I know is a lot of this organization around something called Black Lives Matter, whether that's a Black Lives Matter as an idea, a movement against police brutality, or whether that's the Black Lives Matter national organization. What do you make of what's currently going on with Black Lives Matter?
As Black Lives Matter, to me, I think an old Temptation song, ball of confusion. That's what the world is today. Hey, hey. The Black Lives Matter is contradictory, just like any other phenomenon. In fact, my comrade would say I'm a walking, talking contradiction. Because very often, even though I advocate and I try to do the right thing, I'm human. I screw up all the time. I got in trouble, for instance, in one organization I was in, because I was smoking weed publicly. And that was against the rules of that particular organization. I got suspended, disciplined because of that. That's a very serious way to have to deal with but it was illegal.
Yeah.
And we wanted our people not to be disciplined and not to be getting caught up in the legal system behind some marijuana. Okay? So basically, when I say Black Lives Matter is contradictory, what I mean is, let's look at how they started, right? The young man helped me out. Now, you're going to help me out because I'm old as water.
Okay.
And one of my weaknesses is my short-term memory is not great. As you know, I'll tell you about the Bible, anything else you want to talk about, but sometimes I just, little details, I need a little assistance. So the young kid that was eating his little candy, went to the store for his candy, and come back, and he's being monitored by Zimmerman, I think.
Trayvon.
Yeah.
Trayvon Martin.
Yep.
Martin, yeah.
Trayvon Martin, Black Lives Matter, I believe, and this is according to them, started using internet to tweet or Instagram, whatever. They monitored the trial. I didn't realize how important they were, because I don't pay attention to internet. I'm a person that deals with people.
Sure.
And I deal locally. So I was visiting, my mother had died. And so I went to speak at my mother's funeral and to help with my mother's funeral. and arrangements. I love my mother. Boy, my mother's something else. Yeah, I just have to say, you don't know what you're missing until it's gone. Because my mother really held our family together. Whenever I would call Mom, I say, Mom, what's Aunt Eunice's phone number? She knew, because that's her thing. She would get everybody's phone number and address, send everybody a Christmas card. You know, that's my mother was an organizer, by the way. Worked for the union, for the AFT, was a delegate from her union, was also, I mean, she was involved. She was on the committee in a church, so they fired the preachers when they screwed up. My mother was one of the founders of Head Start. The Black Panthers worked with the primarily not just the black women, but the women who set up Head Start. We worked with them because we supported what? Child care.
Yeah.
The Panthers supported child care? Yeah. We were a political organization, bro. Is child care good for the working class? Of course it is. So we supported it. We worked on it. So anyway, the point being, I just mentioned my mom because actually, you know, we don't look at people like my mom as organizers. As I always consider myself, you know, I am woo woo woo. But there are thousands of black women like my mother who are the core of our community, who know the people, who pass around the information in our community. And these are the people that we want to be our organizers for building our Workers' Party.
So you were saying that you went to speak at her funeral around the time that
Right.
BLM was getting going.
That is correct. And so what had happened was, they were reporting, tweeting or whatever they were doing on the internet, the progress of the trial, and they were very much appreciated for that. And that's where the slogan Black Lives Matter came from, because it looked like that, well, we just trash, garbage. You just thought, no, Black Lives Matter. And as such, it became a little, a movement. And, well, tell you the truth, I work with them all the time. But because they had no history and no cadre, they were not successful in forming powerful grassroots organizations. So, for instance, in Oakland, when they started, I remember, because I went to their meetings, it was 38 women and 2 males, me and one other guy. I never will forget that. And we would go to the meetings, and I supported them because I wanted to see them succeed. And then, unfortunately, the state began to react to Black Lives Matter, and people started doing crazy stuff. Well, I tell you what really happened. That 2015, they shot a black man. I think his name was Jamal Lamar, in Minneapolis. He had handcuffs on.
Yeah.
And they shot him in his head. Now, you understand?
Yeah.
That's like George Floyd, even, was similar. Because George Floyd was already handcuffed and on the ground. He couldn't do any harm to anybody when they snuffed his life out. That was like a lynching, right? A modern day lynching. Same thing with Jamal. He had his handcuffs on, and they shoot him with his handcuffs on. So this was such a horrid act. The NAACP, Black Lives Matter, the whole black community said, no! What the hell is this? How you gonna shoot somebody with handcuffs on? So they set up an occupation right in front of the police station, and they said, no, we're staying here until you do something with these law enforcement officers, supposedly. And what the law enforcement officers did was they contacted the local fascists, and they had the fascists to try to penetrate the occupation. These young people were smart. These Black Lives Matter were intelligent enough to have some defense of their perimeter, So these young men that were defending the perimeter said, okay, you have weapons. You cannot come into this occupation with those weapons. I think they were right. So when you talk about Black Lives Matter, what do you mean? A great philosopher a mentor of mine, his name is Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He says, the truth is never abstract. The truth is always concrete. So concretely, there are some things that Black Lives Matter does that I think are wonderful, and there's some things that are not so wonderful, and I'm critical of. So these youngsters refused to let these guys in, and they pushed them back about a block away from the occupation, and they were shot. 5 of them were shot by these fascists with weapons. And the police didn't even want to arrest the fascists. Eventually, I think 2 of them were arrested. And 2 of them were actually sent to jail. But to me, that, Jesus, you should be sent for a while. You come to a peaceful occupation. What is an occupation but the expression of the First Amendment? It's totally legal. It may 100%. Not be nice to be occupying in front of the police station, but that's why they did it. But this caused certain fear inside of Black Lives Matter. How would you feel? So now you're a young person, you hear these fascists come and literally Nazis come and shoot your people and they don't even arrest them. So they decided that they didn't want to meet at the same place twice. So they decided to always meet at different places. Well, guess what? That destroyed their organization. They weren't good enough. They didn't have the cadre. In order to organize underground and to change your place of organization to where you meet at a different place every week requires a certain amount of commitment, discipline, and it definitely you need some cadre. The thing is that here their fear of what had happened to these people in Black Lives Matter in Minneapolis led them to try to defend themselves by moving in, and it just led to the destruction or the undermining of their own organizing effort. So Black Lives Matter didn't really get off the ground in Oakland. But in different places like Sacramento, they have Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is not like the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers considered itself a revolutionary organization. It was against capitalism. It was for socialism. Do you understand that? We were for socialism. That was our goal. And me, old Mad Dog G, I figured we're going to have some socialism in my lifetime. And I ain't dead yet. Okay? So, Black Lives Matter was not that. It never started as a conscious socialist. It was what they said. So the 3 women that started Black Lives Matter, I think it's good that they were women because it made our community think. Women are legitimate leaders of our struggle. And I think that was positive. But I think that the lax organizational preparation and stuff was not positive. If you're going to take on the imperialist state, you better be organized. And you better be ready. Don't you want to be ready? Because if you're not, woe unto you. Woe unto you. Because they don't play. Anything that they view as a threat, insofar as they started to see the Black Panther Party as a threat, they instituted a program called the COINTELPRO program. That is an acronym for the Counterintelligence Program that was set up by J. Edgar Hoover. Find out more about it. We can talk about that for an hour. I'm coming back to you now. So Black Lives Matter. Here's where I have problems with Black Lives Matter. I have criticisms of Black Lives Matter. I'm just going to have 2 things and we'll move on. One, on finances. I believe that any organization that claims to represent black people, the working class, has to be transparent on the matter of funds. So I have been reading a Black Agenda report Check it out. Read for yourself. Don't believe me. Please. You can't study revolution unless you study. You read everything. So I read Black Agenda Report sometimes, and in Black Agenda Report, there's a rebellion on the part of some branches of Black Lives Matter about the money. They said, "Where's somebody gave you $1 million? Hell, give me 5. Can I get a little something, a little dribble over here?" So I don't get into that, and the reason I don't get into that is because the media, on the one hand, is supposed to educate the people, but we know that the media, this is one of the problems. This is one of the problems with Mr. Trump, is that some of the things he says are partially true. So when he talks about the fake news, he's not totally lying. There is such a thing as fake news. And one of the ways they do it is they pretend to be reporting to the people about, let's say, donations that Black Lives Matter receives. But really what they're trying to do is discredit and undermine Black Lives Matter. I am not trying to discredit or undermine anybody, because only the masses will make the decision. You tell the truth, you struggle, you organize, you fight back, and let the masses decide who they're going to follow. When they see you fighting and doing the right thing, they're going to join you. And that's the solution to the Democrats. That's why I say don't waste time with the Democrats. Organize. Fight back. And the masses will decide. If they don't want to be oppressed anymore, they will follow you. And that is partially the dynamic with Trump. He pretends to be some maverick. You know, they don't own me. I'm a billionaire on my own right. But really, what we want to talk about is the answer, the solution.
Yeah. Right.
So Black Lives Matter, I feel, should report to the public, particularly to black organizations, all of the receipts that they get in terms of any money that you get in the name of black people. You should let black people know, here's the money we received and here's how we used it. That should be public, so that when these racist, capitalist news agencies try to undermine them by saying somebody gave them $500 million, then we know, oh, they're just lying.
Yeah.
They lie all the time. But you can't say that if you don't tell people, here is our receipts. This is what we received. This is what we used it for. Okay? So that's me. The Workers' Party has to find a way to rely on its base for support. So if workers support you, and believe me, when the workers support you, I've been involved in all kinds of, I was in Occupy Oakland. We shut down, a lot of things. Shut down a bank every day. Defended people from foreclosure. We did a lot. Now people know us for shutting down the waterfront in Oakland, where Occupy Oakland was 40% black, by the way. So in Oakland, it was different from New York, which Occupy Wall Street was only a small fraction of maybe 1% black. Why was it so different here? Well, that's another interview. But 40% black. I was proud of that, which shows you that black people will get involved when they think there's something to be involved with, So once again, on the other thing on Black Lives Matter, so it's something I call commandism. I believe that you can there's some things where it is not good to command people, to demand, and to physically assault. The left should not physically assault its own base. We went to and cooperated with Black Lives Matter in building a demonstration when a young man named Stephen Clark was killed in Sacramento. This young man was in his own backyard with a cell phone in his hands, and the police were looking for someone who had smashed in a bunch of windows and stole stuff out of cars. Should the police be looking for that person? Yes, of course. Should they use military weaponry? Maybe. So what they used was a helicopter, and they have this special that they use in anything they do to people overseas. They're gonna bring it on home. So they had this heat detector thing, and so they noticed they were trying to follow the guy that was breaking the windows, and they noticed Stephen in his grandmother's backyard. Why was he in his backyard? Why was he in his backyard then? Unfortunately, I know his mother because I am also one of the facilitators and founders of the Oscar Grant Committee Against Police Brutality and State Repression. We formed when Oscar Grant was killed. Okay? This is sad, but just to show you how the police are useless in terms of really solving real crimes. Stephen, because his grandmother was trying to give him the bum's rush, trying to get him out of the house, would not give him the key to the front door. So he had the key to the back door. So he liked to come into the back to get into the house. This sounds really corny and stupid, but that's just reality. So he's in the backyard of his grandmother's house. The worst that could ever happen in that situation in a healthy society is someone asks you, what the hell are you doing here? They killed him. And they should have been locked up for killing him. But this is America. You don't go to jail for killing black citizens. Or, by the way, white citizens. The police do not go to jail consistently for murdering American citizens. And that is wrong. And we're going to change that on our way to making our revolution. Okay? And it's changing right now. Have you noticed? Because of the uprising we've had, the Black Lives Matter uprising that has not been led by the organization Black Lives Matter, but has been deemed Black Lives Matter demonstrations in towns where there are no black people. 45 million young people have participated in demonstrations all across this land. And don't tell me them young people were racist. They're not racist. They're demonstrating because they could see that shit was wrong, what they did to George Floyd. And they took action. And what did they get? They got tear gas. They got clubbed. And naturally, this caused some anger. So you get a couple of windows broken. If you attack people, you're going to get a response. I do not support, I am not an anarchist. And I have been, when you talk about do I work with the Democrats, I work with the anarchists. If you work with the anarchists, you can work with anybody. I just don't support anarchism. I do not support property destruction as a method, as a tactic. It's not a tactic. It's something that happens spontaneously when the police piss people off. Then, people break windows and stuff as a protest against what? Police brutality. I'm not going to be against that. You understand? Life is complex. Life is not so simple. So, to close out your answer, I did not support the handling of their finances. I think they should be more transparent since they collect money publicly in the name of Black Lives Matter. And when we went to Sacramento, they had this fetish where they did not want people to use the slogan, All Lives Matter. The reason they didn't is because some racist politician said to, when they said Black Lives Matter, the racist politician retorted, well, you mean all lives matter. They said, no, sir. Black Lives Matter. And that led them to be subjective and believe that the slogan all lives matter is some kind of counter-revolutionary attack on the Black Lives Matter. It's not. So when we brought workers up to Sacramento, we brought 25 people. We drove the Oscar Grant Committee and we had our banners and our signs. And some of the signs that the workers made, in fact, the Gonzalez family, Augie Gonzalez was killed by the police a couple of years ago in Hayward.
And that family worked with the Oscar Grant Committee. See, we don't come and dominate their struggle. We say, we the leaders, so we're going to tell you what to do. That's not a leader. We are leaders, but we are leaders of the struggle in general. We work with bereaved families who have lost loved ones. We work also to change legislation about the police. We do a lot of things against the police. But we brought this family with us, and a couple of their signs actually said "All Lives Matter" because they don't identify as black. This is a Mexican family. The Gonzalez family do not see themselves as black people. That's where they are. Me, if you ain't white, you black. That's the way I am. But not everybody agrees with me. So far as I'm concerned, they say, "Oh, I'm from the Mexican. You black. If you ain't white, you black." Or you find out they're gonna treat you as if you were black. If that ain't close enough for you, well, this is where the identity stuff can get in the way. But Black Lives Matter actually assaulted our people and took their signs and tore them up that said "All Lives Matter." And I think that's not useful. That does not teach people, that engenders some hostility and could turn people away from the struggle. So I don't believe that's a good way to handle what you perceive as a lower consciousness. You have to win people over. You explain to people, comrades, I don't think that's a good slogan, and here's why.
Sure.
Now, let's get to your question that you just raised.
I wanted to kind of touch on that because you referenced earlier the breakfast program, or you were talking about the food the Panthers got involved with, and also education. And people can't see right now, but we're in, your book room, right? Your whole house is covered in books, right?
Yeah.
And when you got involved with the Panthers, you told us what they said. You've got to read 40 books.
Yes, right.
Yeah, before you'll even let you call yourself that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could you talk a little bit more about discipline and cadres and what that means?
All right, now if I understand what your question was how do we build discipline, cadres, and what does it really mean to do that? And then how do we build a relationship with the working class using both food and education? And then I want to do me a little shout out to my Red Republicans and the brother Blaze. So let me just say this. One, discipline is a function of organization. You can't have discipline if you don't have an organization. And that's why the first step is we need to break with whom? Let's hear it.
The Democratic Party.
Thank you. Because the Democrats have long abandoned the working class. That's who Hillary Clinton describes as deplorables. She's talking about us. She's talking about workers. So if we're the deplorables not only are not going to vote for your sorry ass, but we're going to create our own organization. Does that mean I'm pro-Trump? No, not at all. Come on. Get real. Learn to argue. Learn to make some sense. Even the Democratic Party should make some sense. That's why, yes, I'm deeply critical of the Democratic Party. I'm deeply critical. Most people, for instance, don't even know old Sleepy Joe. They don't know Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe is far more dangerous than Trump. What do you say? What do you say? I'm saying something you may not be familiar with, Comrade Democrat. It's called the truth. Sleepy Joe has been in the Senate for years. And you know who he worked with in the Senate? He worked with Strom Thurmond, a segregationist from the South, a staunch racist, and Eastman. Go look it up. I'm not going to spend my whole time trying to explain. You might talk to my friend and comrade Eleazar Friedman, because he'll give you a earful about Sleepy Joe's record with them. But also, and he is much more academically inclined, so he looks up the date and chapter, and I love that. He's my friend for 30 years. Well, no, 70s. Oh, I'm old. I'm old, bro. Well, let's say 30 years. I want to be young. So anyway, Elazar can give you much more on Sleepy Joe and his relationship with Strom, because the Democratic Party used to be a coalition of what? Of big city landlords, bankers, and bosses, and who else was in the coalition?
The KKK?
The KKK, the Southern-inspired Democrats. And what did Richard Nixon figure out and do? He started his Southern campaign. And what was the Southern campaign? To win over those racists. To who? To Jesus?
No.
To who?
The Republicans?
Thank you.
Yeah. The good old party, they like to call
That's
it.
right. So they won those Southern racists to the Republicans, and unfortunately that caused some problems,
But they didn't all leave the Democratic Party because Biden stayed in.
Yeah, no question. So anyway,
We'll talk to Elazar about that. But But before I joined RRO, I didn't know what a cadre was. So maybe you could explain.
well, here's my point. You can't. I'll say Lenin's dictum once again. The truth is never abstract. The truth is always concrete. When we talk about cadres, and discipline, we have to understand the source of it. You can't be a cadre or have discipline just because you want to be a. I say this, Astrid, you're pretty good. I admire you because you're more disciplined than somebody else I know.
Oh no!
But you will even be better when you're organized as a revolutionary in a revolutionary organization, because that inspires you to pursue. Because the Panthers is not the only organization I was in. Okay, I already said I joined the NACP at 14. I was in the Congress of Racial Equality for a little spat. I worked with them during the rent strikes in Harlem. That was around 1965. I'm betraying my age here. And then when I was only in the Panthers a couple of years, and they engineered us. There was a split within the Panthers, and it was very, very ugly because of the counterintelligence program of COINTELPRO. Please look it up. That was J. Edgar Hoover's program. They had Panthers attacking Panthers. I would check out Ward Churchill's Agents of Repression. The whole book is worth reading because he shows how COINTELPRO was used to attack the Black Panther Party, the Puerto Rican independence movement, the anti-war movement, SDS.
Yeah.
They used their network of secret police against us, and it's tragic, but it's instructive. You have to look at the past and learn from it. Why? Because we never want to do that again. We never wanted to let them do that to us again. And that requires what? Discipline. And what is the source of that discipline? Organization. Organization generates discipline. Organization creates cadre. Cadre are the people. We used to say years ago, a cadre is the kind of person you give a license, you give a laptop. No, it's changed, but back then we used to say a credit card, a license, and you drop them out of a helicopter, and anywhere they go in the world, they can start organizing. That's a cadre. A cadre is a person that has the revolutionary program inside of them and understands its meaning and understands how to transmit it to their class, the proletariat. Okay. So, discipline, program, right?
First, you have to have a program. And our program, when I say, I don't call myself a Marxist, not because I love Marx. I love Lenin. I don't call myself a Leninist. I don't call myself a Trotskyist. Although I've been in organizations that may define themselves that way, I consider myself a scientific socialist. I go back to the fundamentals. And if you study Marx, Rosa Luxemburg, Lenin, James Cannon, there are many scientific socialists, and they should all be respected. I especially don't like the fact that Rosa Luxemburg is not mentioned very much. So when you say Marxist, because we live in an individualist society, people think that you are praising Marx and you some kind of cultist around Marx. That's not me. So I prefer the moniker scientific socialist. Okay, now you understand. Or classical communist. I don't mind calling myself that. I don't like to call myself Trotskyist, because most of the groups that call themselves that are utterly disgusting. I'm sorry. Okay, I told the truth. So sometimes you have to tell the truth. They criticize, but they don't lead nothing. They do nothing. And because people will listen to your criticism and take it seriously when you develop what with them?
A relation.
Thank you. Sounds like you getting it. Okay. Sounds like, because I feel like I can die with a smile when I'm in a relationship with people, and people are getting it. Because that makes me. That's why I'm so hopeful for the red Republicans, because they get it. But we're in transition, and our young people are not stable. Mostly we're poor, and so I don't like that. I think we have to stabilize our existence. So discipline. First, you have to have a program. And once you got your so what is our program? Our program, some people want to say it's Marxism. Well, I consider myself an orthodox Marxist. But as I just explained, I don't like to call myself a Marxist, a Leninist, a Trotskyist, none of that, because I don't worship individuals. And I think that if you read History and Class Consciousness by George Lukács, the first chapter says, what is orthodox Marxism? And what he explains is that what you need to learn is not every word Marx ever said. You don't need to worship Marx as an individual. We need to learn how he developed the science of socialism, scientific socialism. That it is a method of approach, of analysis, of setting up a thesis, an antithesis, and learning to summarize from that, and learning to generate a program. Create. This is what we want. We want y'all to create, to go into a situation and learn, talk to people, develop a relationship with the working class, and understand what they're facing. And from that, help them develop a program of liberation from their oppression. And that program, they feel ownership of it, because they know that they have participated and built what? Not only the program, but the organization that advocates and builds that program and shares that program with other workers. That program cannot be built and shared without discipline. In other words, you have to be serious about it. You have to do. What is really discipline? What does it mean? It means you do what you say. And you say what you do. Dialectics. It's not a one-way thing. You don't just say. You don't give commands. But you also do what you say. And when people see there's no separation, that's what we call praxis. You don't just theorize and wonder about the universe. You do what you say. And you say what you do. And when that unity of opposites, what Americans think, because what is our national philosophy? Come on, you should know. Oh boy,
Okay.
Make money.
Well, yeah, but that's cynical. Cynicism is not a revolutionary program. Come on, it is pragmatism.
Okay.
American pragmatism. British are empiricists. They are national philosophies of a sort, and pragmatism has some use. So elitists like to say, "Oh, American pragmatists, you a dummy." No. There's been some American pragmatists that were pretty intelligent and serious people. But it certainly is not enough. It is only the beginning. So we think that dialectical materialism is our philosophy, so to speak, if you will. The analysis of capitalism provided by Marx explains, the critique of Marxism explains what's wrong with capitalism, and therefore that capitalism is self-destructive. We see it, what it's doing to the environment, but also to what?
Communities.
The people. It destroys people. Of course it destroys the environment. Money, environment. What do you pick? You pick the fucking money.
Which green would you like?
Yeah, exactly. And as you know, we always said that money talk and bullshit walk. Well, that's just the way. That's American pragmatism. We want to convince our working class to rise above that. That there's more to life than lies and Oxycontin. There's more to life. If you don't think that socialism has anything to offer, well, go on and enjoy your life in peace. Because I think it's so obvious what capitalism, the road to capitalism is the road to self-destruction of humanity. Now, so I hope I explained my view on discipline and cadres, and that's why we need a workers' party, because that organization is the organizational material basis for the discipline and the cadres. It creates the individuals that will then go out, organize, recruit, etc. So how do we begin? Well, with our relationship with the working class. Well, you know what? This is a very unhealthy country, and the left is not very healthy. Because this idea, do you think that the left can be healthy inside of all of this madness? It's a struggle, man. I'm not healthy. I'm writing a document right now, Lessons of Our Election Campaign, that's basically criticizing me. Since I was one of the leaders in the DSA in this region, I don't want to say a leader like a commander, but I was one of the organizers, and I failed in many ways to teach people the right way in terms of how election work intersects revolutionary work. And as a result of my failure, many of the young people that participated in the elections, by the way, we won the down ballot. I only organized. I didn't organize for Uncle Joe. For Sleepy Joe. There, I would rather just go ahead and just have me some Hennessy or something. I'm not messing with Sleepy Joe. I organized down ballot. I organized the school board elections because Go Public Schools, Bloomberg, Broad, Gates, and other billionaires decided that they know better how we should educate our children. Well, that's nonsense. They can send their little brats to any private school they ever want to, or to the, I hope they would send them to public schools. But for sure, the nerve of them to introduce their sick capitalist methods into our public schools, basically to destroy the public schools and to privatize them. Before the capitalists privatize any public sector, what do they do? I'm interviewing you now. What do the capitalists do to all of the public sector?
Yeah.
Now capitalism is dying, all right? They done exploit it. They done sit out and then exploit every terrestrial inch of the earth. They find a way to make money. They done commodified everything. Everything. Love is commodified. Love for sale. Hey. Everything is commodified. So they want to commodify what? The public sector. In order to commodify it, they have to privatize it. So before they privatize it, what do?
They neglect it.
Neglect. It starts off with neglect, but they don't just neglect. What else do? They disparage. What else do? They degrade. What else do? They attack. What else do? They run it down and they don't maintain it. It's not, and they attack it in the public mind so that people think that we don't need a post office anymore. Let's privatize the post office. Well, guess what I did? Well, it's not just me, by the way. When I say I should be careful because I always work in concert with other people. So know that. You know what? Maybe I'll take you all over to that homeless encampment. Yeah, because I worked with the homeless. Primarily classical communists, scientific socialists try to educate the working class. And the best place to educate the working class is at the point of production. Now, in this country, there was a massive deindustrialization that took place. The steel industries were done. When they bombed the hell out of Japan and Germany, what was the upside of that? Now you say, oh, Gerald, are you crazy? There's no upside. Well, that's because you don't look at things dialectically. In fact, in Japan and in Germany, they got to start all over after the war. So they created new steel industries that were qualitatively more modern and efficient than the steel industries that existed in the United States. The United States built its infrastructure for the steel industry when? Come on.
1890s.
She's so smart. I love her. I mean, you really... Don't you let nobody put you down. You are a very intelligent and knowledgeable person. That is correct. Carnegie, all of those guys, they built their stuff late 1800s, early 1900s. So guess what? The capitalists just, what do? They ride it till the wheels come off, right? But a factory built in the 1890s next to a factory that I build in Japan or Germany that doesn't use the old foundry method where you have the furnace and you put the steel in there and then you melt it and then you... What they do, they use oxygen. They have oxygen furnaces. So what happens? Oxygen furnaces are safer. Less workers fall into the pit. Whoop. Psst. What happened to Joe? Oh, well, Joe is no more. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
Oh no.
It's not a joke, but oxygen furnaces are safer because they're more highly technical and you don't have to come into contact. You can't come into contact because it burns your stock at a much higher temperature, which leads to a better quality of steel. It is harder and tougher. So not only is the steel that the Japanese and the Germans produced cheaper, but it was a better product. So the Americans just started to give up on competing and destroyed the infrastructure of these old facilities. And in fact, you started to see, and I know as a fact, the Japanese and the Germans make much better automobiles than we do in this country. Oh, you're not patriotic. No, I'm just not an idiot. Even patriotism should make some sense. Patriotism should not be the last holdout for scoundrels. But I can tell you that's all it is in the United States. I'm telling you, the Japanese make better cars than are made in the United States. I have owned a Peugeot. It was okay. But I've owned a Fiat.
Now, okay. But when I started getting them Japanese cars, Hondas, Toyotas, I couldn't, and the German cars, Volkswagen. Do you know the Volkswagens used to be, you could use the parts interchangeably? So you could use an alternator from one model of a Volkswagen, and it would work on another model that made by Volkswagen. The same part.
But that makes sense, though.
Well, guess what? Guess what? Our shit don't make no damn sense. And because it don't make no sense, it's the United States that created planned obsolescence. They start testing it. They say, "Oh, this works it works so well it keeps working." No, we got to do something about that. Let's make sure they have to buy another one. Let's make sure we have 20 different shades of white. Let's make sure. Oh, I can go on and on. So that years ago, this is maybe even before your time. No, but you guys saw this in rural Idaho. On Saturdays, working people would take their little vehicles, and we'd pop the hood. What do you need? I need some oil, man. Oh, I got some. Okay, well. And then, so we rely and we respect on and love each other. And that's called social capital. When you can go to your friends, your family, and get services that are worth money, but they want you to take the thing. Now the millennials are so incompetent and pathetic, they don't even know how to change their oil. How to just take one screw out in the bottom of the engine out, let the oil out, and in fact you can put some stuff in to clean it out if you want to clean the engine out, and then put new oil in your car and keep your car. That's too technical. That was a part of our culture. This is what we used to do on Saturdays. You can go in the 70s even. You could see down the block, everybody has Saturday off because of what? Because of the unions that brought us the weekend. You see, people be working on their cars, doing stuff together. Well, there's a wonderful book called Bowling Alone. You haven't heard?
I've heard of it, but I haven't read it yet.
Good.
It's on my list.
But the point of it is it brings up what's called social capital. That is, when we have real relations with our friends, we depend on each other for things. And that's a positive. They have atomized us to the point where we don't really need, we just stay on the phone. What the hell is that? I admit, I could be better on my computer. I used to make computers, by the way. I worked with a group that we built computers for Cuba. But I didn't do that because I was a technological nerd or a technocrat. I did it as a conscious worker who wanted to help my Cuban worker comrades and brothers and sisters. So I'm not into like just my own little world. I like to be as public as possible. That's why I have a program on the air which is called Slave Revolt Radio. KEXU is the call numbers. It's out here in East Oakland, and it's 96.1 FM. And we're building it up from nothing. You got to start with nothing, and then you build. You follow your dreams until they're fulfilled. You don't stop. So that's how I try to live up. And what that means is, in a situation where the working class is not class conscious and is not, the fancy word is not in motion, is not in the process of fighting the bosses, does that mean then that the left, so we have to not do anything then? If the workers aren't fighting back, I guess we just have that Hennessy in a joint? No, never. We have that Hennessy in a joint, but then we continue to organize where we can. And so one of the things, for instance, I have been involved with, the Black Panthers started the breakfast program. Initially, when the breakfast program started, being Mad Dog G, I ran around hollering about, our job is not to feed the people, but to lead the people. Let's go. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. How quickly we learn. We quickly learned that by having liberation schools, by having breakfast programs, we developed an intimate relationship with our community. And as a result, our community, we came closer to our community, and our community came closer to us, so much so that in the Desiree projects, we set up a office in the Black Panthers across the street from the projects in New Orleans, the Desiree project, and the enemy forces, the pigs. I unfortunately, I'm going to work on that. They attacked our office. They tear gassed us, and they started shooting at and from the projects, people started shooting back at the police. I was overjoyed when I heard about this, when I learned about this, because that's what we want. We want people to understand that we are one. We're not some Black Panther Party militarists over here giving commands and talking stuff. Well, we are organizers for the working class. And only when the working class sees an attack on us being an attack on them can we say that we're being successful. And in that sense, the breakfast program was useful, if you understand now what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I continued that when I came here, and I worked with a group called Food Not Bombs for years. And I'm going to continue to work. Right now we're in a pandemic, so you see people, germophobias everywhere. They scared. If I say hello, do I get it? Stupid. No, look, I wear a mask. I wear goggles. I have, I use my welding goggles, and then I have another pair of goggles if I'm going around large crowds of people, and I wear my gloves. And that's it. You can't get it. It doesn't just, I want to see, can I go in your ear or something? I'll put on a big hat sometime and put my hoodie on. Ain't no COVID getting me. I done been in, to be really honest with you, I have been in mass rallies. I've organized mass rallies. I've been condemned by the germaphobes. Well, you try to kill the people? No, I'm trying to organize the people to fight back. Capitalism did not stop existing because of the COVID thing. So, for instance, when George Floyd was killed, we had a demonstration here in the Bay Area, in Oakland. I'm a local boy. Shit, 800 people showed up. Yes, I was in the damn demonstration with my mask, my goggles, my gloves, and you couldn't see me smiling from ear to ear. 800 people. Now, unfortunately, to be honest with you, no, that was very good. Most people had masks. So it winds up our left wing and Black Lives Matter mobilizations people were not that irresponsible, because that was Trump and them that did that politicized wearing a mask, and that was very, I hate to say it, I'm glad they did it. I feel sorry for the workers that followed that, because I don't want people to unnecessarily lose their lives.
Yeah.
It's starting to come out now that hundreds of people that attended Mr. Trump's rallies have died from COVID. The number now that we know of is about 300. Yeah, that were attending his rallies, because that's where they got it, and they died. Look, this ignorant man, Mr. Trump, he had it. 36 of these scum, I said it, that worked in the White House had it. One of them, a black
Trump supporter, died from it. And he was at one of the woman's stupid. One has to contain one's anger when talking about these matters. And I don't want to get into Trumpy, but it's true. Whenever 36 people in the White House get it, you know you ain't got no leadership against COVID. Because they got the best treatment in the world. Trump's treatment, by the way, just to let you know, was $100,000 a day. He had 13 doctors working on him. $100,000 a day. I have members of the Oscar Grant Committee that cannot come out of their house after work because if they get the COVID and they go to the hospital, they will lose their homes. Because if you don't have the average cost for a day in the hospital if you have COVID is the coronavirus, COVID-19. In my community, in the black community, we call it the Rona. But you know that's what it is. It's $13,000. So let's say you're in the hospital for 10 days on a ventilator or something like that. That's $130,000. They want their money now. But I ain't. Well, okay, you go live in a tent. I'm gonna sell your house and get my what? My money for the love of money. But that's bad when people have to self-isolate for fear that they will lose their home because they know they can't pay a $100,000 bill. That's America, and that's the importance of universal health care for all. And that's one thing that socialists, and I want to thank Lil Bernie. You know, although I say he is a Judas goat, and I say that the program of capturing the Democratic Party is a illusion, is a utopian illusion. It's not real. So I don't agree with Bernie, but he made Medicare for all a national consensus. The majority of Americans believe that they want health care. Now I want to ask you, so since we live in a representative democracy, how come we ain't got it? Yeah, because we don't live in a democracy. Because what we've got is the hypocrisy of the so-called Republicrats stopping anything that prevents these scum, okay, from profiting off of our misfortune. People lose their homes all the time behind healthcare because, no offense, but a lot of black people too. That Christianity make you think you're gonna live forever. See, one thing I know, time's up, baby. That's why I'm here talking to you now, because I want to convince you to go forward with conviction and clarity, and to bring an end to this nightmare called capitalism. Okay, so that means that we build relationships in ways that we can. If the working class is not in motion, I've worked with Food Not Bombs, and what we did was we just fed the hungry. And Food Not Bombs continues that work today under the pandemic. They go out and they feed people. I should have took you to the Food Not Bombs line, but last night, remember we kind of walked in the area where and I showed you where we set up and all of that.
People's Park.
That's correct, at People's Park.
Yeah.
And on the education, I just want you to know, in spite of the fact that Mr. Bloomberg gave $500,000 to $200,000 went to Go Public Schools. Oakland is their center, by the way. I personally would like to, I want to pray to Jesus. Jesus, will you please burn down the building at which they operate? Lord, let me see you. Let me see your fire and brimstone on that. But until Lord decides to do that, we will politically defeat them in every way that we can. And I also hope that every one that takes money from them loses their sight and becomes a leopard. But no, I'm sorry. Because what they do to our schools is so horrible. They don't claim to be privatized. we're not for privatization. We just, replace the community. We fund candidates that push the charter schools and eliminate any democratic process inside your schools. So Bloomberg gave $200,000 to them, $300,000 to the Charter School Foundation. Gates gives money to them. Broad has a whole academy which he trains people to infiltrate the public school system to liquidate it, which is the best way to destroy it is from within.
Yeah.
But guess what we said? N-O-U. Okay, bastards.
Yeah.
And we organized. We didn't just say it. We did it. Wherever the workers were, we showed up with leaflets. But in order to develop a relationship with these workers, we know, who do the workers love? Do they love the socialists? Not yet. They haven't got to know me yet. Oh, to know me is to love me, though. Believe me. Once they know me, they're going to love. But we show up with coloring books for their children. So the first thing we say is, how you doing? How many kids you got? They say, 3. We give them 3 coloring books. We give them crayons. That's an opener for the conversation that follows. They're trying to ruin our schools. They look at us. They know. They see what's happening around them. The workers are not stupid. And we say, look, well, here's what we want you to run the public schools. And the way it works is there's a school board. Now the bosses, the billionaires, they have their candidates. And I showed you the signs.
Yeah.
So we said, these are the candidates of our enemies.
Right.
Here's the candidates that the union is supporting. We think you should support the union candidates who don't want to shut our schools down. No schools, no school closures. Oakland is not for sale. That was our chant. We had hundreds of people chanting that at school board meetings as we shut down the school board meetings. Yes, I'm hostile.
And you ran for...
Oh, I ran for school board. That was 1996. But I'm old as water now. So
we were both blown away talking about this after you told us that you said that your opponents, when they ran private polls and they saw that you were winning, they pumped $1 million.
No.
Wait.
No, they pumped 12,000 to defeat me.
Okay.
Ron Dellums, the core of the Democratic Party.
They pumped these thousands.
They said this guy is against the Democratic Party, and he says it. He says he's for a workers' party, and he thinks the workers should control the schools. We can't have that. So they hired some Democratic Party consultant, and they had a little mini campaign against me. I got 46.1% of the vote. So that was a decent, but I didn't want to be a politician. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I should have stayed with the school board stuff. But I really don't like the Democrats. Make me puke.
That was in the 90s. You're still working with all of them, right?
Today. Why? Because I don't abandon my class. Under no circumstance do I abandon. I did not push me. Some people thought that I should be a politician because they say, you're a great spokesman. You give great speeches. You're intelligent. You should be in the Democratic Party leadership. No. You understand? I'm anti-Democratic Party leadership. You don't get it. They get it now. So, no, but
they know now.
Yeah, but you know what, though? They spent, in this one city, they spent $1 million to defeat me. To defeat the campaigns that I built for District 1, 3, 5, and 7. It's not just me now. When yes, I was one of the leaders, and I was not the leader of everything. I don't claim to be that. But I gave political guidance. A crippled man can't lead. A crippled man
I facilitated, I organized. I didn't command. I mean, there was some rough moments where, we get to arguing with each other, and sometimes, so I've learned through experience don't let them tear us apart. Stay together. Don't quit your own organization. So we won 3 out of 4 seats in the city of Oakland. We won District 1 against the Go candidates. District 3, Sam Davis won District 1. Van Cedric Williams won District 3. And Mike Hutchison won District 5. Unfortunately, Ben Tapscott, who I also support and worked on his campaign, did not pull through. We didn't quite win District 7. And part of my document, and maybe I can get you all to help me, I need to point out mistakes that I made in planning and late. Some of it was not my mistake. I mean, we started late. So one, if you start in a election campaign, start early. So you mix. Here's a question. Che Guevara once said this. He said, "You're gonna make fun of me, but you gotta love the people that you're gonna lead." I think he may not be too wrong right there. You have to at least have some understanding and sympathy for the working class, for what they're going through. That's why I want to build working class leaders. I know that middle class people very often come our way and help out, and sometimes become real revolutionaries. But it's really, I want the proletariat to generate its own leadership. But you can only do that when you're politically independent. And that means if you're politically independent, you have to have your own independent organization that will grow into a revolutionary workers' party. Shout out! I'm talking about my red Republicans, baby. No, we are not the solution. We're not egotists and we're not idiots. We are part of the solution.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to People in Our Lives. I'm Dave.
Hey, it's Astrid, as always.
As ever, and this is Chapter 5, or Episode 5, in the Gerald series that we've had going on here. This is actually from the beginning, the first time that we sat down with him. We decided before we were going to dive into the deeper topic stuff, just to do the Q&A from people in our lives, activists in our lives, who had given both Astrid and I questions to pose to Gerald.
Yep.
So what else do we have? Oh, I guess the one thing I really want to say is that the only person whose name actually gets referenced outright is Blaze. But that's because that's just one of the weird ways that this recording went.
Yeah.
We didn't list off everyone's names, but I had mentioned Blaze off the podcast,
right?
And so I think that
he had had a phone call with Gerald as well.
Yeah, Blaze had called the night before,
yeah.
And met Gerald, and so that's why Gerald ends up mentioning Blaze's name and not anyone else's. But we had a bunch of people's names, that we were asking questions from, and
and in answering these questions. Just kind of, I mean, I had a whole list of questions going into this interview, and as I would ask one question, Gerald would answer like 3 more, and so it ended up
he didn't even know about.
Yeah, that he never even heard. But so we didn't end up asking him like 10 questions. It ended up being something like 4 or 5 that he answered us in Gerald way of answering, which is answering a bunch of other questions
right
in the meantime.
The last thing I would just add to this episode is just prefacing it. Folks, it doesn't come off like a Q&A session.
Yeah.
It comes off very conversational, and it honestly just feels, I think you could just listen to all 5 episodes and it all feels like kind of one part of the same conversation. Yeah. And that's because it is just spending time with Gerald. This is just
us in his library in this case, although the rest of the week we were in his garden or in his kitchen,
right,
just hanging out, having conversations like this. And I think that conversational tone comes through, especially in this episode.
Yes. And it's either this episode or the other part of it, which was episode 4, where he talks about COINTELPRO and how he really wants to do an episode on that. We do hope to someday in the future be able to do that with him.
Yeah.
Anyway, so.
Yeah. Enjoy Gerald Smith answering questions from local Idaho activists. And we'll see you on the other side.
Bye-bye.
How would you like to introduce yourself to the two people in our lives?
Well, as you just spoke, I'm a socialist. Now, when people they tell me, "Oh, you know what? You gotta pay taxes." No, you don't gotta pay taxes, idiot. The rich don't pay taxes. Haven't you noticed? The reality is, so you ain't gotta do nothing. All I gotta do is die and stay black. So I'm a black socialist, okay? And that does carry a slightly different connotation, but the socialist is what really matters to me.
Blaze, who's a friend of ours, a friend of the podcast, and an organizer. He actually founded the Black Alumni Chapter at Boise State, where we're from, so we have a lot of connections back home to those people specifically. And his question to you is, who has hurt the black community and black people the most in the last 10 years?
Okay, that's a very vague question, not trying to insult anyone, but trying to be clear, because that's what I am. Clarity. That's what I do. Wherever I go, I try to bring clarity. And so to say who has caused the most problems for black people, obviously capitalism. Capitalism is what created slavery in America. Okay? And it all starts with slavery. But most recently, who has caused the problems? Once again, capitalism. Now, how does capitalism work? Well, isn't it just ugly how they get us to use each other, how they turn us against each other? So capitalism is not some spooky, something that is in the stratosphere. They install one of the greatest philosophers that I know of. Actually, he developed a whole worldview. His name is Karl Marx. And I adhere to his worldview. It's called scientific socialism. And I love it. And that's what I consider myself. I'm not just a socialist. I'm not a Christian socialist. I'm not a Stalinist. I am a scientific socialist. So I have to answer your friend's questions, I have to get precise. Capitalism always is what causes the problems for black people in the United States. How does it do that? Well, one, it turns black people against black people. So, the capitalist doesn't even have to do anything. He's installed the cop in our minds. We repress each other. And sometimes we repress ourselves because we don't respect ourselves. We hold ourselves back. We hate ourselves. And if you hate yourself, well, short order to hate others. We spread poison throughout our communities in the name of capitalism to make what? Money. For the love of money. Capitalism. That is the major problem. Now, subjectively, the way people who don't share my analysis of the world, that is, they don't have an analysis that's worth very, very much. They don't understand how capitalism is behind all of our problems. So let's take a real problem we had was the crack epidemic. How did that start? Well, it just, people think, because of our penchant for conspiracy theories, that the white man sat down and said, I want Negroes to use crack because it hurts, it tears up their families, it weakens them, they can't fight me, they fight, I don't think that's what happened. There is a wonderful book called The Pipe Dream Blues written by a professor in Boston. I forget his name right now. Pipe Dream Blues. And what you see is that the crack epidemic started off political. Why? The Contra War.
Okay.
Because America had the Vietnam Syndrome, we had lost the Vietnam War, humiliated by a bunch of rice farmers, as they said, that is the Vietnamese, defeated the United States, ran us out of their country. That was a victory for the working people everywhere. I am glad that the capitalists in my country, the ruling class in my country, got their ass kicked. That was a good thing for the working class here and everywhere, okay? But as part of that, there was a law that said that the United States cannot fund counter mobilizations in other countries. So when you had the Nicaraguan uprising, the Sandinista uprising, in order to support the war against the Sandinistas, the capitalists don't respect their own laws. They respect money. That's their thing. They want to rule. So they decided the Sandinistas got to go. Okay, so they could not send American soldiers to fight against the Sandinistas. So what do? They're going to do something. So they funded that war through the sale of cocaine. That's how it started. That's how darkness came down and took over in the black community. It started with the Contra War. To fund the Contras, to give them arms, money, they started the cocaine trafficking. In that process, crack emerged as the choice, the drug of choice in the black community. And who distributed crack in the black community? Did the police actually physically come and say, you better use this crack or I'll shoot you? No, that's not how it happened. People needing money for the love of money started selling crack to their mothers, cousins, uncles, friends. This was a very serious problem because the effects of crack cocaine dominated American culture for in the black community for a couple of years. And by the way, just to let you know, while everybody thinks about crack, what's the first thing you think crack, you think black. Well, in fact, the FBI, this is why I love that book, Crack, A Pipe Dream Blues, he actually studied it and found out something that I didn't know because I live in the ghetto. That's where I live, in the ghetto. So if you ask me, Gerald, who uses crack? I would say, shit, black people use crack. Crack, black. That's wrong. That's subjective. It's silly. Look into it and find out what that crack. 85% of the people that use crack in this country were white.
Wow.
But they only arrested the black people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, but that's what they generally do. So when they initiated the so-called war against drugs, this is something that is common and we have to fight against. A war is fought against a state entity. I declare war. I'm the United States. I'm at war with Spain. I want to take their colonies. So we have two armies. Spanish army supported by the Spanish state, the capitalists, whatever. American army. Our army beats your army. We take your colonies. That's a war. Military conflict. There's no such thing as a war on drugs. The war on drugs became the war on black America. And that's they used that terminology. They also used it against our Muslim brothers and sisters. And they called it the war on terrorism.
Yeah.
Point. I don't like to use foul language because I want children to listen. I became political when I was 14 years old. I joined the NAACP at the age of 14. And my father, bless his soul, I didn't know. I just didn't know how lucky I was. Because my father really looked out for me. and brought me along politically. My mother was an activist. Her activism was more confined to the Democratic Party, and that's why I hate the Democratic Party, just, from the root of my essence, because I know how they mislead and confine and hold back our struggle. My life experience shows that.
So some people might think when you say something like that you won't work with Democrats, or these other kinds of organizations that don't quite hold a socialist line. But socialism isn't exactly taking off in the country right now, right? Or do you think it is?
Well, you're confused, because the socialism has never done better. In fact, ever since the last recession, when Mr. Obama came in to rescue capitalism, basically, you may not be aware of this, but over 500,000 young Americans bought and read Karl Marx's Capital, which is a book that's about 600 pages. This is not like a comic book, you sit down and read. So and actually there are polls, by the way. I thought you might be aware of this, but that shows that the overwhelming majority of young Americans favor socialism over capitalism. So you're wrong.
Okay.
Socialism is rising. But now,
well, and that's kind of how we met, right?
That's correct.
Right.
But more importantly, to answer your question, so do I therefore refuse to work with the Democrats? To be honest with you, I've had to learn. I've had to take some hammer blows through life. And there was once a time in my life when I used to proclaim that I refuse to work with the Democrats. Well, that's silly, because most Negroes, insofar as they're registered to vote at all, register Democrat. 10% register Republican. Why? Because for the most part, those are the only two parties on offer. When you go to get when I register people to vote all the time, and if I give them the form and they fill it out, they usually check Democrat. So I guess I can't talk to them now, huh? No, that's ridiculous. Of course I talk to them. I make my argument, and I organize them, and I win them away from the ruling class every day. Everything I do is designed to convince people. I'm so sorry if I gave you the wrong impression that I'm an idiot and I refuse to talk to people. I talk to working people. Working people are my source of strength. That is my base. Working people, white and black. I mostly deal with black people because we live in a segregated society. So, here you are in the ghetto. This is where I live. I mostly hang out, to tell you the truth, with people of all colors, but I live with black people. I mostly, associate with black people because, as I said before, this is a segregated society. It's not a question of choice. In fact, some people are so confused and stupid-minded. The fact that I associate with white people at all, they say, "Oh, you love white people, don't you?" And I just look at them and I say, "No, nigga. I don't love white people. I love people that have a mind." And so I guess I don't love you. No, because that's stupid. Any black worker that has a job knows that you go to work and you don't control the environment where you work. You come in, you get paid so you can pay your rent, and live. But that's not your life. Who you associate with outside of work. But when you go to work, you have to deal with all kinds of people. Some of them don't even speak English. I have a problem with. I'll be honest with you. Even though I've taken French for 4 years, je ne parle pas. And I've taken Spanish for 3 years in college. I got more degrees than a thermometer, as Brother Fred used to say. I'm talking about Fred Hampton, one of the primary leaders of the Black Panther Party. I really love and respect that brother. But yo no hablo. So I got problems.
So a lot of the folks that might be listening to this for the first time have the impression of one of two impressions of the Panther Party. Either they've gone on the internet, say, and listened to some interviews with modern day Panthers that are Democrats, that are liberals, or they think of the Panthers as black nationalists. And some of those people might be shocked to hear you say what you've just said.
Well, that's because they don't... Look, if you want to know about the Black Panthers, please study the Black Panthers. There are books about the Black Panthers written by Black Panthers when the Black Panthers were in their revolutionary phase. So, for instance, the Black Panthers started off as the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Okay. After we existed for a while, we determined to turn ourselves into the Black Panther Party. Okay? Generally, the Black Panthers are no exception to any historical laws. And there's a historical law that states it's the law of degeneration. Any social movement that starts off, if it is unable to achieve its goal within, let's say, about 10 years, it begins to degenerate. The Black Panther Party went through phases. So between 1966, when it was formed, and let's say 1967, that was the most revolutionary phase of the Black Panthers. We called ourselves revolutionary nationalists. We did not define ourselves as black nationalist separatists. We were never separatists. We always... How do you think we got Huey Newton out of jail? Huey Newton, right, got in this conflict and they shot him. He wound up taking a gun from one of the police, killed the police, and the other one ran for his life or whatever. And they got Huey away. He took him to the hospital. He was arrested. They threatened to put him on the death penalty. And we had a movement called Free Huey. The sky's the limit, boy. We're going to free Huey. And guess what? We did. But do you think the small Panther Party, probably at that point, when Huey was incarcerated, that must have been about 1960, 68, early 68. I'm sorry, my dates are off. Huey Newton remains the only black man I ever known that shot the police, white policeman, and was released from prison. I don't know anybody else ever that has ever accomplished that. How did we accomplish with only black people? No, to ask the question, damn well, we worked with SDS.
Yeah.
We worked with the left groups, socialist groups, conservative groups that understood that was wrong what happened and that he should not get the death penalty for defending himself.
Yeah.
Eventually he was released. We had white people working with us in the Free Huey Defense Project. In fact, there were more white people than black people. But of course, this is America. There's more white people than black people in America. So,
Yeah.
But come on. So I guess we wasn't black enough, huh? Let me give you an example. When we went to choose the lawyer for Huey, there were some Pan-Africanists that believed that we should only pick a black lawyer. I said, you're out of your goddamn mind. What are you talking about? We want him to be free. This is no symbolic trial. This man is on trial for his life. We want the best lawyer we can get. And we chose the best lawyer we could get. But actually, that came up. That super black, I was going to say nonsense. It's not nonsense. It's identity politics. Identity politics is not nonsense. It makes some sense. I am a black man. Okay? I'm elderly. Okay? That's identity. But that doesn't define me. Now, because the Democratic Party does not fight for anything that matters to us, that is health care for all. What is Bernie Sanders likes to talk about? What's his slogan? Medicare for all. I'm not crazy about that slogan, but I prefer universal health care for all. I think it's clearer. That's what we want. Well, the Democratic Party is against it. The Democratic Party is the ruling class party. If we wanted health care for everybody, we'd have it. If the Democrats are in power, they can do anything. They don't want it. Sleepy Joe. I'm talking about Joe Biden. And those who say, oh, Trump said Sleepy Joe. He is Sleepy Joe. Did you ever look at... I'm sorry. Okay, well, anyway, not to... Once again, I don't want to insult my Negro Democrats, but I do want to insist that Joe Biden actually stated that if Medicare for All came across his desk, that he would veto it. He said that during the debates.
This year.
Yes, right. This year. Thank you. This year. So,
In the middle of a pandemic. He said, oh, later. Well, when?
No.
When's it gonna...
Later is never.
Yeah.
From. So anyway, so you understand, I know even if you mistakenly identify yourself as a Democrat, and I say it's a mistake because in reality you have no power in that party. The people that have the power determine what the Democrats actually do. They even pick the candidates, and that's what we just saw.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders was actually winning the primary when Obama pulled his little move.
Made some phone calls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They not just made some phone calls, twisted some arms, but they all dropped out for Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe was actually losing the primary. He won one state, South Carolina. And then they all stepped in the line. Klobuchar, all of them. Warren, all of them. They didn't have enough self-respect to fight for their own perspective. And that shows you the power of capital. Because that was money. That was money talking. There's a statement in our community, we like to say, money talk and bullshit walk. Yeah, well, that's what that working class people generally say it. And there's so much blunt truth to that. But what we're going to prove to you in the course of this, hopefully, this interview, is that the revolutionary program is not bullshit. And that it's far more powerful than money. And that's what we have to inculcate into our working class brothers and sisters. And step one is understanding that the Democratic Party is not your party.
Yeah. It's almost inevitable that where we're from in Idaho, it's a red state, it's a Republican state, it's very rural, and there, as I'm sure is the case based on what you're saying here, when people think of organizing, when people think of activism, they still think of the Democratic Party. How do we break people out of that thinking pattern where they're trapped in everything has to be in terms of the Democratic Party? How do we break people out of that?
Very, very excellent. I hate to always say good question, bad question. There's no such thing. There's questions, and my job is to answer them. I like that question though, because the only real answer to it is to build something better. That's what we have to do. I repeat, I'm a socialist. Currently, I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm aligned with the Red Republicans, who I think represent my ideas best of all of the different factions, cliques, and political tendencies that currently exist in the DSA. I support the Red Republicans, and I'm not just supporting them. I'm working to make them better, because I don't think that they're perfect, and neither am I, by the way. So, one, I don't think that's something to just say, okay, well, one day. No. The DSA took off. It was basically a small, irrelevant, anti-communist, racist, little nothing of an organization, but they did one thing right. They were in the Democratic Party at a moment when Bernie Sanders' campaign took off. I did not support Bernie Sanders. Why? What?
But he's a socialist. Yeah.
Maybe of some sort. I'm not clear what kind of socialist.
Okay.
I think he is a social democrat, and he is a social democrat that believes in the false concept of capturing the Democratic Party. So I have, you know what? If you keep living, and you're gonna learn. If you keep your mind open, you see. We've already been through this, and I've written about it in the past. Y'all don't remember? Run, Jesse, run. Run,
Yes.
Jesse, run. Then they didn't like the picture in their mind of Jesse running because they could see him running from the Ku Klux Klan or something. So then they said, okay, win, Jesse, win. Win, Jesse, win. Jesse Jackson ran for president against Ronald Reagan. He ran in two primaries against Reagan in the Reagan situation, and then he ran. So he ran twice. Okay, and when he ran, I defined him as a Judas goat. Now, let's see if you guys have any social education or historical education in Americana. What is a Judas goat? I'm going to ask you now. I'm the interviewer.
I have never heard of this term ever, Dave.
When I think of Judas, I just think of the guy who betrayed Jesus.
That's correct. You're on your way.
What's the goat?
Well, I thought you were a farm boy.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we had goats too.
You don't know a Judas goat. A Judas goat is the goat that they raise to when they have slaughterhouses.
Okay.
That goes out and helps to gather the goats.
Oh.
And then leads the goats into the slaughterhouse. They kill all the goats except for the Judas goat. They send him back out there to get the next batch.
Okay.
Oh.
And I deemed that Jesse Jackson was a Judas goat. Because he was not, in my personal opinion, a leader of the working class. Even his Rainbow Coalition slogan and sloganeering was appropriated from a genuine revolutionist who was named...
Was it Fred Hampton?
That's correct.
Okay.
Fred Hampton was the innovator of the Rainbow Coalition. This is something that most people don't know about the Black Panthers. We were not narrow nationalists. We considered ourselves revolutionary nationalists, and what that meant was that we believed that we were providing leadership for the entire country of America.
Yeah.
We did not believe, for instance, that our job was to force down the throats of black people that the black people were a separate nation. And if you look at our program carefully, people don't study us. They just see a picture of some guy looking ominous with his little sunglasses and a beret and a rifle, and they think that was the Panthers. No. We were much more than that. We were a political organization. Fred Hampton organized the Rainbow Coalition. It became a policy that all of the Panther branches did. We tried to organize, we helped to stimulate the organization of the Puerto Rican community, and they had the Young Lords. Well, the Young Lords were basically a street gang that went political. Oh, all right. Oh boy, I hope Juan Gonzalez doesn't get mad when I say that. But that was the name of the group, the Young Lords. And it was a community group like the Panthers, and they got political, and they started trying to organize in their community. We had the Yahuaquan. I'm sorry, my ability to speak foreign languages is extremely limited because I'm an American, and we don't tend to speak foreign languages on a day-to-day. But there was a Chinese radical group in Chinatown, and we worked with them to become more political and to, organize their community. So that was the Asian community. We had the Brown Berets organizing the Chicano community, which was distinct from the Puerto Rican community. So, Chicano community, Puerto Rican community. The American Indian movement was supported by the Black Panthers. And that was like Leonard Peltier and all of those guys. They were organizing on the reservations. So we had the Indian people. And we believed that white people were a part of the social revolution. And we worked closely with SDS. And we even helped a group of Appalachian from Chicago to organize.
That was the first thing I heard about the Panther. Well, I mean, obviously I heard the kind of normal stuff. Oh, they were fighting racism. They were kind of liberals, but extreme. That's kind of, when I was younger. But then when I was starting to get into the socialist stuff, the first thing I heard was they went straight to the Appalachians, right?
Well,
they went to these communities.
There were Appalachians actually in Chicago.
Okay.
And they there's actually a film about this right now that was released recently that talks about this, and I'm sorry I can't recall the name of the film.
Oh, it's escaping me, but there was a lot of trailers for it over the last year, I think.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Okay, I wish we had.
We'll include it in the show notes for everybody listening. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You mentioned earlier that you consider yourself a scientific socialist and that you
Yes.
believe in a certain kind of approach to politics, and I guess this kind of leads us to how we met, which is through the Red Republicans, which you mentioned. What is it that specifically about the Red Republicans that attracted you to the organization, and why do you say that even if you think that you don't have all of the answers, they don't have all of the answers right now, but you believe in the process of the Red Republicans? What is it about that?
And who are they? What are they trying to do?
Yeah.
I think one of the things that I learned in the Panthers that was correct, I thought, was that you are either part of the problem or part of the solution.
Okay.
But you notice, I didn't say, you are the solution.
Sure.
Wait a
Part.
minute. Yeah. That's right. Revolution is not a single act. It is a process. It is a process of learning, struggling, being defeated, learning from those defeats, regathering yourself, regrouping, and onward to victory. So the final victory of the working class is not a single act. All right? So to say that now, you want to talk about the Red Republican. What did I like about the Red Republican? Well, one, I really like old Crazy Kent. That's my partner.
Kent.
And I like Theory Plebe. I'm very impressed by him as a human. Very intelligent people. But what I really liked about them is that they were critical of the Democrats, and they did not see the Democrats as an organization that they wanted to reside in. The DSA suffers from, we have too many Democratic Party people that mistakenly call themselves socialists. Well, I don't know how good that is. I can tell you that even though we've done really well, I participate in elections, so I'm not a bonehead. I want Blaze and all the other people out there that are listening to this to know I'm not some bonehead ultra leftist that thinks that, I don't deal with elections. We're gonna overthrow the bourgeois. You ain't gonna overthrow unless you organize and win the respect of the working people through struggle. And one thing that the working people are very serious about, they love their children. And so the question of education from every angle is a question that genuine revolutionaries must be involved in. So we were involved. I organized a section of the DSA. We organized something called Classroom Struggle. And the aim of Classroom Struggle was to intervene to support the teachers and the community in the struggle for a decent education for our children. In America,
what that means today is the rich people, the billionaires, decided, in this part of the country particularly, that they don't want the people to control their own educational organizations, their schools or their school board. So they actually pay people thousands of dollars. They give thousands of dollars to people who want to privatize our schools. And they're not stupid. They're professionals. They understand that they can't just shut the schools down because there would be a rebellion. So what they've done is they set up these charter schools. And what that does is that gets the middle class or the middle class minded workers to think that they have a separate solution. They don't have to repair the schools. They don't have to fight for real influence and democratic control of the schools. We'll just have my own little Idaho, my own little corner of the world here. So I'm going to set up a little charter school, and my kid will learn and everybody else. I mean for this broadcast to be available to children. I want to apologize to any parents that might be with their children right now. I didn't mean to offend you, but that is the attitude of the capitalists. They don't care about us. Michael Jackson got that right. So we organized to support the teachers in their strike. Here, we had a big strike out here, and I can just tell you, we held strike meetings in this house and anywhere else we could, to let people know why the teachers were going on strike.
Right.
We went out to the schools and we handed out leaflets to explain the cause of the strike and the program of the teachers. And as a result, once the strike hit, out of schools like Markham was one of the school I adopted because it's right down the street. Parker is around the corner there. There's about 8 schools here that I serviced. That is what I mean by service. We developed relationships with the parents. We handed out information. Get up early in the morning, get there, and them kids, when they dropping the kids off, we give it to the kids, give it to the parents.
Sure.
Yo no hablo español, so guess what? I have to talk to the kids. Explain to mommy.
Yeah.
And that's okay though. They said, oh, the old crazy black man, the socialists. I'll take it, as long as we win. So we that's how we were known. When we showed up at the schools, that's what they said, here come the socialists. And that's a good thing, because we are the people that are against the privatization. We are against the charter schools. We are for democratically organized public schools.
Yeah.
And well, to tell you the truth, during the strike, schools that I organized at overwhelmingly supported the strike. Every school. Markham only had 4 kids showing up. Out of 385 kids, 4 kids showed up. That's pretty good, no?
That's pretty
Yeah.
good.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and I wanted to touch on that because you said you like to win. And when people think of socialism or Black Panthers or something, degeneration, that's, I think the emphasis usually kind of, it degenerated though, it didn't work. But one thing you've said to us is you've had some victories.
Oh, all the time. All the time. That's why I'm still alive. Because if you don't ever win, then you can lose basic fundamental confidence in yourself and your cause.
Yeah.
And then you wind up sliding over to your enemy, talking about I'm a Democrat. You ain't no Democrat. You're just being used by the Democrats. Do you know that the black nationalists have the nerve to say, oh, you being used by the socialists? I am the socialist, fool. I provide the leadership, the program, the direction, and it's not just me. I collaborate with any conscious militant socialist and any worker, any class conscious worker that cares about his community. That's who I work with.
And not just here.
Oh, that's right.
Not just in America either.
That's right.
All right. I think I've heard you identify as an internationalist or something like that. How do you say it?
I've been to Europe 7 times, representing the American working class at various conferences, delegated conferences.
So I was sent by workers. Yes, I don't believe. I believe that America may dominate the world, but in fact, America is not the only country in the world. And the project that I would like to see, that is human freedom, cannot occur unless we are all free. Every country in the world.
So not just one country.
That all can't be. That's why I am an internationalist.
Okay.
So for our friends back home who are organizing and working in rural Idaho, what does building the internationalist workers' liberatory party like you're talking about look like for those that are working and living in a rural state?
Well, one, what it means is every chance you get, you want to demonstrate to workers and peasants around the world that we as Americans are not just a bunch of dupes that support the Democrats and the Republicans. So, for instance, on the 25th of January, there will be a movement in the middle of the pandemic in support of stopping the war in Yemen. I believe that Karl Liebknecht, one of the great revolutionaries that was assassinated after World War I, he wrote a book called Militarism and Anti-Militarism, and he said the main enemy of the working class is at home. Your ruling class is your enemy. Don't tell me I'm worried about some China or the Russia, Putin, or Al Qaeda. No, baby. No. Al Qaeda didn't lynch my ancestors. I'm not. You can't fool me. The main enemy of Black America is right here in this country, and it's called the American ruling class. And that's who our enemy is. And that's why I don't support the Democrats, because that's their party. They have two parties, one called the Democrats, one called the Republicans. We call it the twin parties of capital, which have transmundified into the Republicrats. So people say, oh, no, you see Trump is different from the Democrats? Is he? Oh, is he? Okay. The Democrats are not, the ruling class is not one guy. They have a range of interests. Some of them are revanchists, reactionary, backward cavemen. Some of them are a little bit more enlightened and can see the difficulties and the problems. People like Mr. Soros, for instance. So much so that he might even create liberal nonprofits. But in fact, all nonprofits are against the interests of the working class. How? How? Why do I say? Why would I say that? Because there is a great book that you should familiarize yourself with. It's called "The Revolution Will Not Be Funded," and it's an analysis of the role of nonprofits. Anything. What is it that the working class? We have to become not just a class in itself, because that's who we are. We're a class. But we have to become a class for itself. We have to be class conscious. We have to form an organization, a party that represents what? Our interests. Nonprofits are a roadblock to that.
One thing that when we were out on the town, you were giving us a tour down at Berkeley, the origin of the free speech and all of this in the plaza. And then we went down, we were at a store and we ran into one of the people you work with, right? We're having the conversation outside and he's going, okay, so you want to start another worker party. Okay, well, you're going to go the electoral, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, he thinks we're talking about a third party. And, you laughed at that. And I just wanted you to maybe elaborate. We're not talking about a third party like the Greens or the Libertarians?
We're trapped. Here again, we're trapped in their lexicon. When I say break with the bourgeoisie, I'm not talking about just take a toothpick and break it. I'm talking about stop thinking like they think. Stop associating with what they associate with. Third party, sixth party. This is the only country in the world that does not have a workers' party. The only party, in the industrialized world, in the so-called developed countries, okay, that doesn't have its own workers' party.
Or healthcare, right?
Well, that too. And I think they're connected, by the way. Because if you have a workers' party, that's the first thing they fight for, is make sure that we can go to the doctor. Okay? But I'll give you an example. My first trip, when I was a youngster, they wanted to take me to Paris, but I was so political. They used to call me Mad Dog G. Oh, Mad Dog, what I want to go to Paris for? We got work to do here. Well, I guess I could forgive myself. At the age of 14, I didn't understand that travel broadens. That seeing other parts of the world makes you more intelligent. It makes you more it increases your understanding, your knowledge base. So when I finally got to Paris as a delegate to an international socialist conference in 1986, that's when I first left the country. I never left the country except Canada. I've been to Canada, whatever. Go across from Detroit to Canada. But I've never really left the country. And I was sitting in the hotel room, and we had the television on. We're getting ready to go to a meeting, and I'm looking, and je ne parle pas, but I did take French for 4 years, so I'm kind of understanding. And what they were having was a debate, a panel discussion about some policy in France. And there was the Communist Party, the Socialist Party, other French parties. And I said, what's going on here? What's this, some kind of little oddball? They said, no, this is a program where they're discussing, this is a quote, mainstream program where they're discussing the future of the country. I said, what the hell is the Communist Party doing there? They said, the Communist Party is a major party here in France. And I started studying and listening. And what I learned was actually the Communist Party of France was the main leader of the resistance against the Nazis when the Nazis occupied France between 1940 and 45 maybe. The Communist Party was the main resistance party. And after the World War II ended, the Communist Party had 1 million members in France. Now, I believe that their program is lacking. I do not agree with the program of the Communist Party. That is particularly their adherence to Stalinism, to socialism in one country. I can go on and on and on. I don't agree with their program. But the fact that this Workers' Party had 1 million members is something that you have to take note of. And wait, that's just what? The Socialist Party was actually just as big. So, as a result, in France, they shut the country down. August, nobody goes to work. I said, what? 4-week vacation? They said, no, not 4 weeks. You get another 2. As a worker, everybody gets 2 weeks vacation. Oh, not everybody. I said, oh, je parle français. So I said, whoa, I got an enormous education by being in France, Germany, Belgium, and Holland, and Britain. Give you another quick example. In Britain, I learned about the Labour Party. And I didn't know. I'm an American. Come on. What do you know in America, right? You watch the news, man bites dog at 6. Okay. COVID. That Trump is right about that. He's right about that. There is a revulsion from this so-called, for lack of another word, leadership around this COVID stuff, because I think the Democratic Party's leadership on this is horrible. But I'll talk about that separately, but let's back to Britain and what I learned being there. Why travel is so important. And when you travel, you don't just go to see the botanical gardens and the museums. Yes, you do that. I did go to the British Museum. I did go to the Louvre.
Yeah.
I loved it. Okay. But there are also very interesting museums in this country that we as workers don't go to because we're not living. We're surviving. We're struggling just to stay alive. We don't even go to the museums that are available. And in the Bay Area, you got to pay $25, $35 to go to a museum.
Yeah.
They have the nerve to have these so-called free days. But back to Europe. Back to the UK. I'm at a Labour Party. See, the Labour Party has its own pubs in London. So I'm sitting in the pub. It's in a little basement. It's not, it's not real fancy. And it's just, they sell beer. So you go, you load up a big old a plastic vessel full of beer, and you bring it to your table and you get drunk. So I'm sitting there with this gentleman, and I'm a gregarious person. I started asking him questions, because I didn't know. I was honest. And he started telling me about the history. I asked him about the history of the Labour Party. And this guy started off where the Labour Party started as a split from the Liberals. We formed a separate party. And then he talked about the British General Strike of 1926 and how it was so well organized that it ended and only one person actually lost their life in the whole general strike. We have strikes in America and 30 people get killed. I mean, if you study the history of the American labor movement, the history, not just today, you very rarely see strikes in America. There were so many strikes in China in the last 20 years, it can't even be counted. That's how many strikes went on in China by the Chinese working people against all of these corporations that China brought into their what we call the rentier section of their economy. And Toyota, Volkswagen, they have operations in China. A disciplined workforce, and this is great. People went on strike and fought and got their wages increased tremendously. And China has brought over 800 million people out of poverty. Oh, you support China? No, I support reality. I do not support the Chinese Communist Party politically. I'm not a Stalinist. I'm not a Peking Stalinist. I'm not any kind of Stalinist, but I was just amazed at this guy who talked about this whole history. Then he went into World War II and Atlas and how the Labour Party became the government after World War II and nationalized, saved the economy by nationalizing it, building the country back up after the war. And I looked at it and I thought to myself, and I said to myself, what a wonderful world. I said, now how many American workers know the history of the CIO, for instance, or the AFL from the beginning? Like that. But that's because we don't have a party. Organization generates consciousness. So if you don't have the organization, then it's up to individuals like you to carry that consciousness forward, to try to stimulate it and to try to get people to think. And I hope that's what this program will accomplish. So, I was just very impressed by this gentleman. And this was just a worker.
Sure.
I was in a food line in London. And we would call it a roach coach. Because I wanted to get something to eat. And the workers were lining up. So some young kid was whistling. That's supposed to be the international.
Sure.
My little broken version of it. And the workers behind me said, "What do you think?" The worker says, Healyite? He says, nah, I think he's a Grantite. And I had to go study to find out what were these guys talking about. Well, it winds up Jerry Healy was the leader of the Workers' Revolutionary Party, and Grant was the leader of the militant tendency inside of the Labor Party. These guys were these are workers, very political, very knowledgeable about their environment, what was going on, who are the political cliques, tendencies, factions in their country. They knew this.
And that's the end, everybody.
Yeah.
It ends very abruptly.
Yeah, Gerald was very clear with us that he wanted this to be available and accessible to everyone, and so he was
family friendly.
Very apologetic after
he
swearing
dropped
immediately every time.
Yeah, and right there he goes, "I'm sorry."
Yeah,
he's like, "I'm sorry,"
and it really actually disrupted the flow of the conversation, and so we cut all of that out. And that's where we pick back up with episode 4, the question about BLM actually. So
exactly.
We hope you've enjoyed our conversations with Gerald as much as we did.
If you're jumping in to this episode because one of your questions was something he was answering, or because you were curious about this episode more than the other ones, then we definitely recommend that you check out the other episodes. But also, while you're here, we also have a bunch of other episodes with other people in our lives. And normally we do the 3-hour format. Mm-hmm. This was a special where we kind of kept it down to 45 to hour long per.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I hope that you've all enjoyed it. I feel like I'm still processing a lot of the stuff from these conversations, and I probably will be for the rest of my life. But the thing that probably stuck with me, Astrid asked before we started recording this, what's something you've learned from Gerald? And I think the thing that stuck with me the most just in the last couple of months is his emphasis on discipline, on organization, and on being principled is something that, I've never heard anybody talk about it the way he talks about it. There's nobody else in my life I've ever met who talks about those things the way he talks about it, and I find inspiration in it. And it definitely does. He definitely was always kind of on me about oh, I'm not disciplined. I think it came through it. This
he made
episode
a couple of references to it in this episode.
He was he said something about Astrid being so disciplined or something, and then unlike some people. I know he was getting a jab in. I mean, but it's I take that as something that, hey, he's look, nobody can be too disciplined. That's a great piece of advice. So
I think that Gerald is probably the only person that I've met outside of myself who's really, really seriously considered, okay, this is the trajectory my life is currently on, and is that the person I want to be in the world? And he was decided, no, that's not. And he completely changed the direction of his life in order to be, in his view, a more effective leader of the working class. That is a commitment to an ideology that most people will never have. And I have the most respect in the world for Gerald and anyone else who has that kind of commitment to a principle above all else, even at personal expense.
Yeah, so while on the one hand, I wish that everybody who's not a leftist would listen to this so that they could hear a principled and disciplined, mature leftist actually speaking to things in a way that is somewhat historically based. I also wish that every leftist would listen to him and be more like him. That's my takeaway.
There you go.
Cool. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thanks for joining us with this, everybody.